Good morning all, and welcome everyone. I'm Maria Floru, and I'm head of the Industrial Gas Museum here in Technópolis. The museum this year celebrates 10 years. 10 years that we have organized many events of any kind. Throughout this year, we are planning some more. One of those is this conference, which is co-organized with VIDA, a group that cares a lot about industrial monuments. The aim of the conference is to bring together experts from all over Europe in order to talk about industrial sites like gasworks, their value, and how they are used. This conference is under the auspices of ICOM and Tiki, and it is sponsored by Φυσικό Αέριο Ελλάδος and Brown Hotels. So I'm going to invite some guests, each one of our guests, to talk about this conference, to welcome you. Mr. Konstantinos Pitsanis, which is the Managing Director of Technópolis.
Thank you, Maria. I would like also to welcome everybody in our conference today. We think that the preservation of industrial sites and the reintegration in the urban planning of cities seems to be gaining ground in the recent years. The initiative starts often by cities and resident groups who feel connected with the history and the aesthetics of an industrial space and are mobilized to prevent its demolition and demand its preservation and reintegration with new uses in the design of the cities. The authorities respond in many cases. Industrial buildings are declared listed and new uses are being sought and will allow them to play a new modern role in the social and economic life of the city. Their preservation and often their proclamation as monuments is in itself of great importance. The city decides to preserve and highlight the industrial cultural heritage, to highlight in an era of intense deindustrialization of Western countries, the history and the importance of industry and of the industrial production. The use of raw materials, machinery, and specialized labor for the production of products is a collective effort with material substance that tends to disappear completely in the era of the image, virtual reality, and the absence of group and collective processes. We consider our meeting as a contribution to the prevention and adaptive reuse of industrial heritage. And once again, we are very happy having you all here and discuss and think about these very, very important issues. Thank you.
I would like to invite the President of Vault of Industrial Digital Archives, VIDA, Iraklis Fasourakis.
Good morning, everyone. It was around about a year ago when I first proposed the idea we had in VIDA for organizing the special event to my friend Mr. Francesco Antonioli. He immediately embraced it and suggested Ms. Barbara Berger as a valuable contact, since her specialization, dedication, knowledge, and love for these unique constructions, for which we are here today, has pervaded all her work. She helped us a lot with the whole project, and we are grateful for that. The second step was to approach and discuss the idea with our hosts. In the context of the celebration of the 10 years operation of the Athens Gas Museum, this kind of meeting was the most befitting event could happen. People from all over Europe who have been inspired by the gas installations and have made them vital cells for the cities again, people who study this magnificent construction and the development they brought to the social and industrial fabric of the cities are here today to describe their experiences. Why deal specifically with this installation was the question I was asked at some point during Christmas. The great contrast between coal and light, the perfect symmetry of iron and stone structures, the huge changes they brought to everyday life and the development of cities. I believe that all of the above are some of the reasons we are here today. Furthermore, to explore good and bad practices in the reuse of gas installations in Europe, as well as issues of promotion and management. The main objective of the meeting is through the diffusion of information and knowledge and the exchange of views to contribute to the discussion for the best utilization of these industrial monuments. At this point, I would like to introduce and give some information about VIDA for those who hear it for the first time. VIDA is a collective interdisciplinary effort that attempts to record and contribute to the preservation of the Greek industrial heritage, as well as to unite its purposes with same-thinking European groups. One of its goals was achieved today, and we hope that it will be the beginning of the continuation of such meetings throughout Europe. On behalf of the people from Technopoulos and VIDA who work for this meeting, we welcome you with a big thank you.
Okay. Now, I would like to invite the President of the Hellenic Department of Αστική, Ms. Maria Mavroidi.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. On behalf of the Greek section of Αστική, we would like to congratulate Technopoulos and VIDA for this significant initiative. It takes place in a critical period for Greece, as extended redevelopment plans all over the country, together with a prolonged economic crisis and the pandemic, put great pressure on the Greek industrial heritage. The Greek section of Astική, for the past 30 years, has been striving for the protection and conservation of the remains of the period of the country's industrialization. We are actually preparing for our national conference at the end of this year, aiming at enhancing dialogue and concentrating all experience and projects that have taken place during the past 10 years in the country. Therefore, this meeting is extremely important for us towards this conference. I have to emphasize that the fact that this joint initiative is pioneering as it gathers experts from Europe to share experience and expertise as regards the conservation and reuse of a special type of industrial monuments, gasworks. We hope that this initiative will be extended to other industrial sectors as well. Wishing Technopoulos happy birthday for its 10th anniversary and welcoming all our guests. We are looking forward to hearing you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria, for the wishes. And now the President of ICOM in Greece, Ms. Teti Hadjinikolaou.
Good morning, kalimera. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Hellenic National Committee of ICOM, the International Council of Museums, I would like to thank you for the invitation to this one-day conference, Gas Working Together, New Perspective, organized by the Industrial Gas Museum, the civil non-profit organization VIDA, under the auspices of Astική Greece and ICOM Greece. All four institutions, each one according to its remit, are linked with the documentation, research and promotion of industrial heritage. The Athens Gasworks site, Gazi, has an important place in the context of the conservation of industrial heritage in Greece. It was one of the earliest industrial complexes to be designated as a historic monument by the Hellenic Ministry of Culture 37 years ago in 1986. Within 10 years of its monument designation, Athens Gasworks was included in the European program The School Adopts a Monument by ICOM Greece. This program was an opportunity for students to get to know the Gasworks monument from different perspectives and, at the same time, engage the neighborhood and the wider urban community with the importance of conserving and reusing the industrial heritage of the city. In fact, Athens Gas Works has been integrated as an organic, established part of the city's everyday life. Of equal importance is the provision for modern cultural goods that was part of the revision of the legislation about the protection of antiquities and cultural heritage in 2002. According to it, modern cultural goods with special technical, industrial, and overall historical and scientific characteristics are recognized and listed as monuments. This provision was a result of numerous conferences, consultations, and publications that showcased an ever-increasing interest in industrial, tangible, and intangible heritage on behalf of the Ministry of Culture and the academic community. Along with state provision, we also need to underline the work undertaken by NGOs and the civil society as a whole toward its direction. Today's program is rich and interesting. We believe that it will contribute to an effective dialogue and exchange of experience. We should also stress the occasion of the 10th anniversary of the Industrial Gas Museum, a state-of-art museum that is an example of best practice. 10 years seems like a short time to deliver all the activities, events, and targeted initiatives that establish a new museum as a trusted reference point. The Industrial Gas Museum has achieved this, and Technopolis has become a favorite meeting place of Athenians and visitors to our city. For the International Museum Day in 2015, entitled Museum for a Sustainable Society, ICOM Greece chose to commend the Industrial Gas Museum, acknowledging its dynamic social role at the start and throughout its operation. We strongly believe that the museum will continue the good work in the years to come, and we are also pleased that the 10th anniversary celebrations of the Industrial Gas Museum happened during ICOM Greece's festive year. The Hellenic National Committee of ICOM is also celebrating its 40-year anniversary. Good luck with today's conference, and we hope that such meetings become a recurring event. Thank you very much.
And the last one for our welcoming speech, the representative of Tiki in Italy, Mr. Francesco Antoniol.
I try to be serious. If you know me, you know that it's not easy for me. But you know that in this occasion, the guys stay here, says usually, I will be brief, and they can stay here for hours, but I promise you it's only a few words. So, dear friends, and I write my speech, so really serious. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today with all of you. Perhaps some of you know that I met Vida in the real life, not in the social media, a little bit over a year ago, almost. From that moment, in addition to the large number of things done by the association, I was able to meet a powerful group of persons. You know, today we are here in this beautiful site to talk about gasometers. But the most important aspect for me is the human, professional, and friendship relations that arise and grow between people who have the same passion, in this case, the study of industrial heritage. In this sad period of our history, in which tensions and divisions seems to prevail, this community of experts here from all over Europe is a way to collaborate that gives us hope, I think. For me, I'm an archivist. I understand very little about gasometers, sorry. So I want to hear what will be they say today. I bring you the greetings from Miles Oglethorpe and Marion Steiner, the President and General Secretary of Tiki, and from the entire communication team of Tiki. And I wish you all a good meeting. Long life to gasometers and the Museum of Gas of Athens, and see you during the conference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We will go on with the keynote speech. The first speaker, Mr. Russell Thomas, who is a technical director at WSP, an expert on gas history. And the title of his speech is History of the Gas Industry in Europe and the Challenges Faced by the Redevelopment of Gasworks. Mr. Thomas.
I don't understand the Greek.
Okay, yes, you don't understand the Greek, of course. Okay.
Just to start.
You want to...
Start the presentation.
I don't know. Θέλει απλά να ξεκινήσει την παρουσίαση.
Oh, is it just... Okay. Thank you. Okay, you go to the front. That's the point. Just move slide. Okay. Kalamera, and thank you very much for the invitation to speak at this wonderful conference. It's the first time I've ever spoken within a gas holder. It's quite a unique experience for somebody who's been studying these sites since I entered the industry in 1997. Since then, I've worked on over 1,000 gasworks across the world, mainly in the UK, and through working on these sites, mainly for environmental reasons, it's given me the chance to understand these sites, the history, the complexity, the people that are involved. So it's very nice to get to speak today. As mentioned, I will first speak about the history of the gas industry in Europe. It spread from Great Britain, and then some of the challenges that people and organisations face when they choose to redevelop these sites. So the theme of the presentation, I want to talk about the history, the technology and the societal improvements the gas industry brought to the world. It's a story of people, of engineers, of scientists, entrepreneurs, leaders, workers, consumers, and it's left a legacy of heritage, infrastructure today, the gas networks that we still use to provide energy, but it's also provided a legacy of environmental damage as well, which we've had to rectify when dealing with these sites. The gas industry gives us an opportunity to educate people about the history of energy, and I also want to mention about how we address and reflect these factors when we redevelop former gaswork sites. And it's an industry which has had a global reach. There are sites all over here. You can see photographs of gasworks in Bergen, Norway, Coatbridge, which is Scotland in the United Kingdom, New York, Paris, Bombay and Zurich. They got everywhere. In all the continents, the inhabited continents of the world, you would find a legacy of gasworks to some degree. And when we talk about manufactured gas, we talk about a gas that's generally not used today, certainly not in Europe. We talk about a gas that is of different composition. It contained a toxic component called carbon monoxide, which made manufactured gas dangerous, and was one of the reasons there was a benefit in moving away from it. And compared to natural gas today, which is predominantly methane, and town gas or manufactured gas was predominantly hydrogen, which may be a fuel for the future that will return again as we look to decarbonise our economies. So if you go back to the very early years of the gas industry, there were many coal philosophers or scientists who looked at distilling coal to see what it could produce. Things such as coal tar, ammonia-rich waters, and the gas itself, and coke, which was a useful byproduct. A number of these scientists took this a bit further, so Jean-Peter Minklers lit his lecture theatre in Leuven in Belgium using coal gas, which he discovered partly in experimenting in trying to make gas for air balloons for flight. The big proponent in France was Philippe Le Bon with his thermolamp, which was a form of retort where you could extract gas from wood. And the proponent in Britain, at least, who's seen as the father of the gas industry is the Scotsman William Murdoch. He had taken early interest as a child in distilling coal, and he went to work for what was one of the most advanced and biggest industrial concerns at the time, the Bolton and Watt steam manufacturing company, organisation. So, partly in his time when he was down in Redruth, in the sale of steam engines to the mine captains. Cornwall was a very large tin and metal mining area at the time, and the steam engines were used for pumping water out of the mines. When he was down there, he experimented with a retort and coal and lit his office and his home in 1792. And then we have another important character, Friedrich Windsor from Germany, who I will talk about a bit more. He had seen the work of Le Bon, and he later came to Britain to promote a gas company. So we have William Murdoch here, and a picture of his apprentice, Samuel Clegg. So there wasn't an awful lot of interest from Bolton and Watt, William Murdoch's employees, to promote gas lighting. Steam engines was a very big, was the mainstay of their business, and gas lighting was seen as a bit of a distraction. So for this reason, it was never patented by William Murdoch. And the general driver for gas lighting came from the industrial sector. So Great Britain had a very large woolen mill and cotton mill industry, and these mills needed lighting. They were lit by candles and oil lamps, which were quite dangerous, and gas lighting proved to be a lot cheaper and a lot safer. So the owners of these mills, who were also people that had Bolton and Watt steam engines, also wanted to push them to develop commercial gas lighting. So this pull to develop the gas industry came from this industrial sector. And George Augustus Lee, one of the owners of the Salford Twist Mill, which is in Manchester, or which was in Manchester, was the main driver of this behalf. Murdoch was very scientific in his approach, and he did a lot of experimentation, and this frustrated one of his apprentices, Samuel Clegg, who could see a quicker route to market for gas lighting. So he left Bolton and Watt and set up his own rival gas engineering consultancy. And then there became a rivalry between William Murdoch's team at Bolton and Watt and Samuel Clegg to establish the first commercial gas installation of lighting. And both mills were lit in 1805, the Salford Twist Mill and Henry Lodge's Mill in Sowerby Bridge. And they were, Clegg beat Murdoch by about 2 weeks. And then after this, a number of other gas engineers, for example, Josiah Pemberton, moved into this market, and gas plant then, without patent, became easily copied, and many hundreds of industrial gas installations were installed across the country. And then to move from this industrial gas plant to what we have today, the public gas industry, where which originally delivered gas lighting but provides heating, cooking, gas today, came from Friedrich Albrecht Windsor, a German from Brunswick, who had witnessed Le Bon's experiments. He tried to persuade the Duke of Brunswick in Germany to adapt gas lighting, but failed. But he came to Great Britain, which at the time was quite an open and mercantile nation, and quite open to the ideas of gas lighting. So he spent many years lecturing at the Lyceum Theatre in London, trying to promote the idea of gas lighting, and he tried to get a number of wealthy backers behind him, and he was quite sensible, he was quite well connected, and he set up a demonstration of gas lighting on Pall Mall, which was next to Carlton House and very close to the royalty in Great Britain. So if he could get royal approval, that would greatly strengthen his chances of establishing a gaslight and coke company. He did this for many years, and eventually, through his hard work and that of others, they established the Gaslight and Coke Company, which was the world's first public gas company. That was established by Royal Charter in 1812 and started providing gas lighting in 1813. And then that was the start of the gas industry we know today. The Gaslight and Coke Company, being an innovator, it was faced by problems that nobody else had faced before, building and establishing a gas network under streets. Had to resolve a number of issues such as gas governors for controlling pressure, meters, and purifying the gas and disposing of wastes. So they managed to resolve a lot of complex technical issues in a relatively short period of time. And not long after that, we started to get provincial gas companies established in Preston and Liverpool in Great Britain around 1816. And the main drivers for the popularity of gas is it was brighter than oil lamps and candles, it was cheaper, and it was also safer, cleaner, and easier to operate. So we got to a point by 1820 that the 15 principal English towns, English and Scottish towns and cities were lit by gas, and then the next year the first city in Wales was also lit by gas in 1821. We had early rivalry by oil gas, but these companies which were making gas from whale or fish oils, the economics of coal gas were stacked against them, so they eventually failed, and either failed as businesses or switched to coal gas production. And by 1830, over 200 British towns had already established public gas companies, and by 1859 there were over 1,000 public gas works in the country. So it expanded very quickly. And when we talk about the process of manufacturing gas, this slide from about the 1950s shows you the process quite simply. So the coal was brought in at a pier or via railway, unloaded at the gasworks. It was put into the retorts, which we can see here. It was heated for a period of about 8 hours. The gas was taken off. The gas was cooled in the condensers here. This removed the tar and some of the liquor, the water from there, which was ammonia rich. And then we had an exhauster, which was a pump that helped pump the gas through the process, out of the retorts and through the rest of the equipment. Then we got into the washer that used water to remove ammonia and phenols and some cyanide from the gas. Then we went to the purifiers. This either used lime or iron to remove sulfur and cyanide from the gas. Sulfur, if it wasn't removed, it would form sulfur dioxide, and this would corrode fixings within the house and also produce a toxic gas which was harmful to the residents. There's another plant here, a cyanogen plant, which was used to remove a form of cyanide which was used in the metalworking industry. And then a further washer, and then the gas was metered and stored in the gas holders. There are a number of secondary industries which expanded from this. So we had from the tar shown here. The tar was taken, the tar was distilled and used to produce a variety of other chemicals. So anything from nylon to things like aspirin. So a wide variety of secondary byproducts were produced by the chemical industry from the byproducts of coal tar. There also sulfuric acid was produced from the spent oxide, and sulfate fertilizers, and also benzol, which was similar to motor fuel, which was also produced from the gas. So the gas industry spread from Great Britain in the early years, and then to the neighbouring countries, firstly to Belgium, and then it spread out across in a eastwardly and southerly direction. In countries where the thermolamp had received some interest, especially countries like Sweden, there was a wood gas industry had established there, but this was later impacted as the expansion of the coal gas industry. This was very much dependent on the availability of British gas coals. So Britain has extensive coal fields, and certainly the coal fields in the northeast, in Durham, Newcastle area, were very good for gas making. So where Britain could ship its coal, then you often found gasworks produced in often port cities or cities with good rail networks as they developed. I'll just mention briefly about the Imperial Continental Gas Association. This was the first vehicle that Britain used as a way of exporting its technology from Great Britain. This is the first president and chairman, Sir William Congreve. And their model for business was they would go around and ask towns if they would like to enter a contract to establish a gasworks and operate it over a period of time. The first contract they got was in Ghent, taking over a small local oil gas company, and then they expanded to become the first public providers of gas in Germany and Austria. And then this extended into the Netherlands, France, and Belgium. And they were they never operated gasworks in the UK, but they were very, very successful at operating gasworks in other countries. And with the nature of their business, it was on contract, they would often lose these contracts, and then the gasworks would revert to the local municipality. The other way in which gas was exported was partly through other companies. So the Imperial Continental was not on its own. We had, for example, here, two other British companies, the Malta and Mediterranean Gas Company, which was based out of London but operated gasworks in Malta and Sicily. And then the Tuscan Gas Company, which also supplied a lot of places in Italy. And this was mirrored then in other countries. So the company Centrale de Clarage et de Chauffage par le Gas, which was a French equivalent of this business. And then there was a German Dachau Gas Company, also operated a similar policy as did Gas Belgium in Belgium. So there were a number of different European companies establishing gasworks in other countries. And with this, the expansion of this business, then this technology followed. So you see a number of different adverts here for, this is one for Cutlers, Samuel Cutler. They exported an awful lot of gas-making equipment, gas holders and plant to Italy. And this, at the bottom here, you can see an Italian advert for Gibbons Brothers, which was a manufacturer of retorts from the West Midlands in Britain. We also had German companies, so Augustus Cloney would export gas-making technology to Great Britain. And another company here from France, which exported gas-making technologies to other countries. And then Humphreys in Glasgow, which was actually an American company, American people who established a water gas company in Britain, and then exported that across, first in Britain and then across Europe, this being their first installation in Denmark. So the story of gas is not one of just one country operating in its own vacuum. The industry itself very much was international. We learned from other countries learned from us, and in the 19th century there was lots of technology exchange going between all the engineers of different countries. So you can see here, gives you an evolution of gas making from the top left-hand corner here, where you get the very first simple horizontal retorts. These advanced into more mechanized horizontal retorts operating at higher temperatures, using the exit gases to heat the incoming gases, allowing higher temperatures of carbonisation, which became more efficient in gas manufacture. And then we have the French we have the French invention of the inclined retort, which was developed further in Great Britain. And then the vertical retort, which was originally developed in Germany as a static process and was further refined in Great Britain to becoming a continuous process. And then we have byproduct coke ovens, which didn't tend to be so used on British gasworks. There are only about 3 or 4 examples of byproduct coke ovens being used on British gasworks, but they came to provide a lot of base gas load to the gas networks, and these were developed across Belgium, Germany and France, and they became a very important source of gas for the gas industry, which often led to a lot of gasworks closing. The chamber ovens, which developed in Germany, German coals were different to British coals, and they worked better in a coke oven or chamber oven type of process. So this process was quite popular on the continent, but not so popular in Britain. And this also developed with an inclined system. In Britain, we developed a low temperature coke oven process, which had some other significant environmental consequences through the production of dioxins, which are quite toxic. And then from America, we imported the carburetor water gas process, which was a way that gas could be made very quickly from coke and enriching it with oil. And then this evolved further into oil gas, making gas purely from oil. And then as we entered the latter periods where good gas-making coals were getting rarer, we started adopting German Lurgi-based complete gasification processes, which were better on low-grade coals than lignite. And then we moved into the period in the 1960s and 70s in Great Britain, where we moved from coal to using oil before we later transitioned onto natural gas, and developed a whole suite of gas reforming processes, which would be quite similar to how you'd manufacture hydrogen in the future if you were doing it from a hydrocarbon feedstock. I won't talk long on gasometers, because you're going to get an excellent presentation from Barbara later on this, but I'll just mention their importance. The gasometer was developed by Antoine Lavoisier, French pneumatic chemist, scientist. He used it for collecting and measuring his gases from scientific experiments. By some quirk, Matthew Boulton was working on pneumatic medicine with a chap called Thomas Beddoes, and set up a institute in Bristol where they would feed people different gases to see if it would improve their health. That wasn't really a particularly successful venture, but they realised from this that you could use the gas holder for storing gas for commercial gas production. So Boulton and Watt used it from the start from their gas manufacturing plants at the Salford Twist Mill. And without the gas holder, it wouldn't have been possible to have an economic gas industry, because it needed to buffer the gas production, because gas utilisation was not consistent. It fluctuated between different times of the day and night. So if there was no gas holder, there was no gas industry, and this just shows you quite simply how it worked with the gas going in and out and how it affected the tank, the grand cloche where the gas was stored. And from there, we had some very simple gas holders originally, and the first sort of modern type of guided gas holder are these. This is the number 2 gas holder in Fulham. It's the oldest surviving mechanical structure from the gas industry, dates from 1830, and it's still survived as a listed structure. And this used tripods to guide the tank moving up and down. These tripods were replaced by heavy cast iron columns, and these again limited the size of the gas holders, so they moved to larger frame-guided gas holders, which use the strength of the cylinder to provide the support for the gas holders that lifted up and down. And whereas the early gas holders were only a single lift, with the development of the cup and grip system, it allowed these telescopic gas holders, as you've just seen demonstrated, to be developed. This just shows you what a small country gasworks would have liked, very typical in small British country towns. Simple process from the retort house, the gas purifying equipment here, to the gas holders. You can see the tar barrels where the tar from the condensers was stored and from the tar well. And the frontage would be the gas manager's house and an office. That was what most gasworks looked like in Great Britain. In the big cities, and this is East Greenwich, you had a much more large-scale system. And this shows you at a point in time where the retort houses, where gas was originally made at the site, were still standing, the later coke ovens, and then the gas reforming plant, which was the latest stage, and then the 2 very, very large gas holders that were on this site. And with gas, there was no gas industry without gas utilisation. So the gas industry was predominantly gas lighting. It faced competition from electric lighting from about the 1880s, and it required innovation to allow it to keep ahead and keep a purpose. So the Bunsen burner, developed in Germany, allowed an aerated burner to be developed. This was very useful for heating applications. So gas then started to be used in cookers and in heating systems, gas-fired boilers, fires, radiators, irons, baths and central heating. So quite a wide variety of uses, and also a large number of industrial uses. And even a gas-powered bath here, which was quite a dangerous thing to use. But the gas industry is very much a story of people. So you've got a collection of different people who influence the industry in their own way. Everything from the people who shoveled the gas into the retorts, the scoop drivers. George Livesey, one of the most influential people in Britain in the gas industry, who apart from being an excellent engineer, also was very forward-thinking in the idea of having employee ownership in the industry. And then the lamplighter, probably the person that most romanticised about in the industry, who would go around and turn the lights on and off. And then we have unusual situations of equality which occurred during the wars, where women would step into roles commonly taken by men in the British gas industry. So in the First and the Second World Wars, we got a lot of women proving equally capable of doing many of these tasks, or most of the tasks that the men had done prior to them. But sadly, that equality faded after the wars had ended. And then we can't forget the consumers, the people who were using it. So, as I've mentioned, the gas manufacturing era ended, in the UK at least, in the 1960s or 70s. And it wasn't without a number of important changes or developments. So we developed liquefied natural gas, the idea of it, you could import natural gas from another country before we had it available. And then we gradually converted as we found North Sea gas, and then the gas network in the UK switched over between 1967 and 1977 from town gas to natural gas, in what was one of the biggest engineering projects we ever undertook. So when we look at the gas industry, this is a project I did recently for Historic England, and it gives a history of the industry gives information about the technologies used, and also I underestimated the size of the task when I undertook producing a gazetteer, where we went and found about 3,600 different gaswork sites in the country and logged where they were and what was left of them and any history that we could find about of them briefly. And we've also, through this project, produced guidance, or Historic England have produced guidance aside on recording these sites when they're being investigated. So it's a useful document if you're dealing with gaswork sites and you want to record features of them. And that is used generally now when the sites are investigated. There are a number of challenges faced by gasworks. Certainly in the case of the UK, there's very, very little above ground surviving structures. There may be in-ground surviving structures, quite often tanks. You can see here you've got a variety. You've got a flue. This was an old underground flue found on a gaswork site. These are old tar tanks. This is an area of old canal network that had been infilled with waste from the gasworks. This is the typical inside structure of a gas holder tank you may find. And then they're often very much constrained by either live or dead services for gas, but can be electric, water, drainage. And also, where you do find these sites, this is a surviving gasworks complex in Britain. They're often sort of unloved and forgotten about. Their history's been forgotten about. So where you do find these buildings, it's useful, well, it's ideal if you can reincorporate them in the site's future redevelopment. But if you don't have buildings, then it's good that you can potentially reuse tank structures which may be infilled in the ground, or even reusing bricks. Bricks from this site were reused on another heritage project elsewhere to form the retorts. These are some of the common issues you'll find in the ground. So generally the two worst issues we face are coal tar. This is an infilled tank mixed with soil, and this is some of the low-grade tarmac that you might find on some of the smaller gasworks where they've tried to dehydrate it. Okay. Heritage protection. In the UK we have a few sites that are listed, but where we do have buildings, many of them are not protected. But it's ideal, if we follow REBA guidance, that we try and reuse these structures as best we can. If the sites are protected, it can limit their use. If they're not protected, then they can just be demolished without any further thought. The gas industry features a lot in culture and art, so lovely artworks, paintings here, and also in the writing of people like Charles Dickens. We can do a lot to record these sites, appreciating their history. So there's a couple of histories I've written in the gas industry for sites that have been given over to public authorities, or where bits have been given and gifted to local museums from gasworks projects. And to develop a gasworks, you need vision. This is a project from Lithuania, where a very poor buildings of a very poor state have been taken by a very noble philanthropist in the town who is trying to convert the site into a usable public space and museum. Just almost finished. A gasworks redevelopment is ideal where it is considerate of its heritage, it addresses environmental legacy and provides a worthwhile end use. And this is a big challenge. It requires a team with vision, imagination, finances, planners with vision working with regulators, engineers who understand the complexity of the sites. It's got to be financially viable and ideally tell a story. This is my last slide. And it's important in turn that we preserve these gas sites where we can for the memories of the local people who live there. As we transition to a greener and more sustainable energy sources in the future, it's vital that we capture the 200 years that the industry has taken so far. The gas industry has done much to reduce urban pollution and harmful impacts, and they can play an important part in educating the public about the energy sector, giving them useful information to make decisions on. And I would just like to say that the Technopolis is an excellent example, as good an example as you will find anywhere in the world. So it's a site very much worth looking around. I would say thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ras. We are actually in a gas holder of 1862, which is reused. Okay, so I'm going to call Barbara Berger, who is an architect, and she's going to talk to us about the gas holder as a building type. Barbara.
This isn't the beginning, so you go to the beginning. It's not the... Okay, so we have a preview of my own presentation.
This is
No, it's not the first. It's quite the end. That's the first. So, thank you very much for the kind invitation. Thanks to Hercules for creating this event. Thanks to Niovi also for the coordination, and all the Marias, I'd like to say. Thank you so much, and happy birthday, Technopolis. It's a great pleasure for me to give a talk in a gas holder, like Russell was saying. It's a real very special thing. I had one drink in a gas holder in Rome, but I never had a lecture in a gas holder. So I'm very happy to do this here in Athens. And I'd like to talk about the gas holder. Russell made the introduction about the gas works and how they are composed. And I'd like to put on my focus on the gas holder. I'm right now doing researches on gas holders since 17 years. So I fell in love with the gas holders in Venice. And this fascination was not leaving me till now. And so I can share my presentation with you. All comes, like Russell told us, that a gas holder is not built because one knew, okay, we knew this building, but there was a need for a new building type with the innovation of gas made by carbon. And it was another German chemist, it was Friedrich Christian Ockham, and he wrote the very first treatise on gaslighting, and this is this introduction by Horace. So, ex fumo dare lucem, and I like this quote very much. And so one needs to think about how cities are changed by their light. And also walking here to the gasworks site, it was very nice because Russell and me, we've been chosen to walk down the streets accompanied with a lot of old gas lamps. And so it's also one very important approach to watch the cities or to travel cities and watching their gas lamps. So if you see the right old or designed gas lamps, you can already know that those mark the very important street and places of a city, because regarding their structure and regarding their design and artification, you can see this. And when I started my research in Venice, I came to a rhyme that was telling me that Paris, Turin, London, Venice, and all of them had the gaslight, but only Milano, poor Milano, was so late not having gaslight, and this was my first path to go to London. And this is a very short or abstract sketch of mine that I did because one needs to understand somehow how a gas works as understanding. Because without the knowledge how a gas holder and a gas works, you can't go to reuse this very complex ensemble. And so it's perhaps a summary to Russell's presentation. We have here on the left the furnace where the coal was heated up to 1,100 degrees more or less, and then a very raw mass of gas came out. And this raw mass of gas needed to be cooled down in condensation towers and to be purified. And this purifying process went via a chemical and a physical cleaning. And you can see it's a whole machinery of towers and radiation things. And you can see also the coal thing down at the in-ground tank of the coal. Sorry for that. And then it was cleaned in other steps, and then this radial thing, it looks a little bit strange, but this is the measuring element. And this measuring element is called gasometer. And next, and after measuring and regulating the right pressure of this low pressure gas holder, it was immersed into the gas holder. And so I'm quite strict with the pronunciation, so it's also very interesting. I don't know in Greek is area, flu. I don't know the word of gas holder, but it's very interesting to know all the right expressions of gas holders and measuring instruments, so gas meter or gas station. And so we see the very first introduction of public gas lighting. So we saw a lot of experiments in private gas lighting for companies and small industries, but public gas lighting was introduced in London on Westminster Bridge from Samuel Clegg, so the first gas engineer, and he was the gas lighter himself, because everyone was very afraid of this new dangerous gas. And so it was himself to walk on a Westminster Bridge and to light the city with this new innovation. And it was on the end of the year 1813. So this new technology needed a new building type. Next question is, how does a gas holder need to work? So we have two requirements. One needs to make a gas-type structure, first. Second, you need a variable structure that is moving because the content is not always stable. And so this is a very, very simple sketch how to understand an hydraulic sealed gas holder. So you have one tank filled with gas and another opened to the bottom receptacle that is keeping the gas. And so introducing the gas underneath, only the gas is the supporting structure of the second underneath opened gas receptacle. So on the left-hand side we see the composition, in the middle we see a half full gas holder, and on the right-hand side we can see an empty gas holder. And usually a lot of people come to me, Barbara, I saw a gas holder, but there are no lifts anymore. And I keep saying, no, but you have to go to the water tank and look into the water tank. Then you might see that the lifts are not used anymore, but still standing there. And so I come to the form and how the composition is. So we've got a water tank, and we have the immersed lifts into the water tank. And to guarantee a very correct up and down movement of the lifts, you need a guide frame. And so we can see also a very lovely example on the right, the Fakenham Gas Museum. Whenever you go there, have a look. It's beautiful. But go and the lift, as I told you, yes, the lift is kind of the indicator of this mechanism. So somehow gasometer is working because the lift or the lift's movement shows the content or the current content of a gas holder. And so right now we are standing quasi in a full gas holder because the new lift, that is this lovely auditorium, raised the top, so it's a full gas holder like the other gas holder next door that is also filled with a new lift. But the increasing demand of gas was very fast, and so only 20 years later one needed a larger receptacle, and one was thinking, okay, we can't always enlarge this water tanks, this is a big effort, so they thought about to telescope the gas holders. So like to put a second lift into the first one, and the two lifts get engaged with each other, and so they get also a watertight junction because the cup and the tip have water as well, and so water is avoiding that gas can come out of the structure. And here we have Great Yarmouth, a very high-end construction and very particular, only once built like this with a segment-formed girder. And this is a detail that shows how the gas holder is working by MAN. We see the water tank, and we see 3 lifts. And so it's starting that the first lift is leaving the water tank, and so the cup is taking some water as well, getting engaged with the second lift, and then this water cup and dip are guaranteeing a very reliable junction. Another step further, so one developed, okay, we need more lifts, we need a higher guide frame, but material was very expensive. So one thought about how can we develop a system without using that much material. So one decided, and it was George Thomas Livesey, one of the most important engineers in the UK, and I also think generally, he also got the title Sir for his efforts, and he developed the flying lifts. So those flying lifts went over the top of the guide framing, and it was possible to use 2 of them. And so the other lifts had been more stiffened and reinforced because they had to take the load of the wind to the lifts, and also the guide frame was a little bit stronger than the usual ones. A very special form in colder areas are enclosures or enclosing gas holders. And so one needed to build one entire circular wall around the gas holder. And so one had also a little space between the lifts and the circular wall. And this space was able to be hidden, and so it was also prevented that the water of the tank got frozen, and it represented a very special structure because it was hiding its function, because there are a lot of cities like in Berlin, and they didn't want to have as well a technical building because they are ugly somehow, but have a look in London, the gas holders there were beautiful, but in Berlin a lot of gas holders had hidden their function via a very sacral or military circular wall around it. And this example is in Trieste. I like it very much, but the real gas holders, the lifts, are not there anymore, unfortunately. And then this technique went further. Why using flying lifts and the guide frame if this system is just working very much? So one left over the guide frame and one just used the spiral guided lifts. This was a patent made by Getton Mason in 1887. And so the patent and this new mechanism, so the first lift went out in one direction, the next one in the same, but in the meantime they developed a vice versa movement. And so it's very particular because when the gas holder is empty, you almost see nothing. This is another example, and in London or in the UK it was very common to build in-ground water tanks, and so if the gas holder was empty, you saw only the maintenance staircases, for example. There was a rival patent, there was the rope-guided gas holder as well, but this rope went always into the water and out of the water, and you can imagine this was not very reliable for a longer time. Period. So, and all those water basin structures, they had all been a crucial point, how to realize them, how to maintain them. And so it was a German engineer, Konrad Jagschitz from MAN Augsburg, Gustavsburg, and he developed a new principle of building a gas holder, and so he had only one cylinder and put into a piston, and this piston ran up and down into this shell, and there was a sealing fluid always continually running down the inner shell, and this guaranteed the right, a reliable junction from the piston to the shell. And here I've got the detail. You can see the piston, and there's also a little cup, and it reminds us on the cups and dips of the hydraulic seal gas holders, and only this detail is making the parallel to the predecessors of the gas holders before. And this is the inside. So whenever you can go into an active piston-type gas holder, do so, because it is a very sacral space, and the piston is moving up very slowly. I had the chance to go into the ThyssenKrupp steelworks once, and it is very interesting because we can see here the piston as well as the openings for the sealing fluid. So here the sealing fluid was coming in, and we can also see the fullest stadium where the very black border can be seen. So we have an overview, and this is a very important point of mine, to have the whole overview from the hydraulic sealed gas holder, so from the technical point of view, and to see also the different types, so single lift gas holder, multi-lift gas holder with a frame guide or not with a frame guide, and then the piston type gas holder. This is a 100 years old development and history, and very important to have this story behind. But now I want to focus also on the single parts. So if you're interested, there's a lot of material in my book. I know it's in German, but 50% are pictures and drawings. And so I start with the guide frame because it's the most significant part of a gas holder that can be always seen. This is the same example like Russell showed us before, but Russell chose a picture that was still in action, and mine is the relic. But it's still very, very beautiful with golden ornaments around the circles. And so we have the first column types. So we have only columns to guide the lift. We have a single tripod standards in this case from 1830. I think it's really one of the very oldest gas holders that still exists. And this worked out very well for small diameters. But with larger diameters, one realized one need to stiffen the structure, so one combined or connected the standards on the top with the horizontal girder. And this developed the frame structure. And here we can see a very nice example. It's a cast iron example. It's very ornament. And we can see finials on the top, like this gas holder is having as well, but different. And we can see also counterweights on the left, so pending on the bottom, and they had been needed because cast iron was so heavy and gave such a high pressure that they needed to use counterweights. Another step further, we developed this telescope-type gas holders, and so we needed also to enlarge somehow the guide frame. And the first step was simply to enlarge the columns. But they had been very, very filigree, and one thought there's really a big problem to have a stable structure. And so one went further and developed the frame structure. So for each lift, you get one ring of the guide frame. So it's quite good, recognizable if you see a guide frame, how many lifts are in there. But it's not the rule for all gas holders because the larger ones have even different systems to count the lifts. Another step further, it's quite clear that you can fill the fields with bracings. So this even reinforces the structure more. So one used the very common structures and added only another building element or construction element. Also, this example that we saw before in action in Russell's beautiful video or GIF, this is a very important example also by George Thomas Livesey, because this gas holder marks a very important step in gas holder engineering, because in this time in 1880 one started to calculate gas holders. It was not only trial and error, okay, we need more gas, we need a larger diameter, okay, we enlarge the columns. No, they started to calculate each construction element, so the structure was very optimized in the stadium. And here we can see a double braced or double cross guide structure or guide frame that is still there in Old Kent Road, and it is listed, and I'm very glad. But right now there's no reuse with an alligator terrarium. Somehow there will be something else. And Livesey topped himself. So he developed this double cross guide frame, very genius connection mode, because the diagonals were mounted one time on the front and the back flange. So this stiffened the structure as well. And here in this example he did the same, but he overlaid the single cross with a double cross. And this is a unique example. This was a unique example he did. And it has a large diameter of 76 meters. But this one was unfortunately demolished. But he also thought Still, George Thomas lives here. Okay, it's a lot of material. I need to reduce material in the guide frame. And so he decided to leave the horizontal girders. And so we have here the type of the detached braced structure. But then it was not Lipsy again, it was Samuel Cutler, also a very, very important person. And he optimized the structure quite well, and he was the first to build up a very, very clear building type with almost the same building elements. So we have the standards and also the diagonal bracing built in the same way and almost in the same way. And this type is called triangulated braced structure. And this form was quite unique. Other types we saw before, they had been changed somehow, enlarged somehow, but this type is uniform. You can find it right now in Hong Kong, and now a lot of examples in Italy. And it's whenever you see this building type, it's Samuel Cutler, and he had a very good bread. And this is a summary of the development of the guide frames. So one always needs to think about, okay, which guide frame am I having? Is it important? Was it enlarged? Look at the single parts, and it can tell us a lot of stories. So I also want to talk about the water tank, but not so clearly like I did with the guide frame. So the water tank was very essential for its water to seal the structure. And here I've got a picture of Vienna simmering. So here the tank was flooded, and we can see the substructure also from the lift. And this is an overview of the development of the development of the water tanks. So we can see the flat bottom tank, that was the very first. Dig in a hole and build in a tank, or even build an overground tank with the same method, or a very spread method, the frustum-shaped tank. A very rare version was the spherical bottom, and then the annular tank. This was a very nice method because you don't need to dig a lot of material out, only a ring, and it served only to take in the lifts. A very particular construction was the supporting bottom tank, and then at last on the right, the drop-shaped tank. And to those two, I want to say a little more. Here we can see the frustum-shaped tank built in Venice. So where my very first guest holders are that I met. And so here they dug out a part of the frustum. And so if you point out very clearly, you almost can see the piles, the head of the piles, or the top of the piles, where the engineers and the workers are standing. So we can see the piles and the start of the frustum-shaped tank. And this is one from Otto Inze. Otto Inze was a professor of water engineering, mechanical water engineering in Aachen. And he was the first to build a water tank that did not need an entire flat square to be supported. It just needed one ring, one annular form. And this was very helpful because one could also need the space underneath for maintenance and also to store different things. And this was patented in 1883, and it was used not only for gas holders, but also for water towers. So if you see elevated water towers with this angle, you can see, okay, this is an Inze type. Inze type 1, there's also a second Inze type. And one of my favorite forms is the drop-shaped tank, because with the drop-shaped form, you can have always the same thickness, always the same thickness of the sheeting, because if you have straight sheeting, you need to have always thicker metal to the bottom, and with the drop shape, that is a very logical form, and the pressure in all the tank is uniform, so you can use the same sheeting or the same thickness everywhere, and so this example is very, very genius. Now I come to the lift, also quite quickly. Here in Croydon, we can see into a gas holder or into a lift, what is quite rare. And we can see here that there's a wooden substructure, because the lifts work generally that they were supported by the gas itself. So gas came into the lift and gas lifted up the lift. But The very first ones had a flat crown, you can see on the top, and the flat crown needed a lot of reinforcement on the border, and also a subsidiary structure when empty. And then came up the flat roof. The first ones were trussed, and you can see all the structure in behind, and also a king post in the middle. Then the second type is a flat crown untrussed, and so those untrussed structures needed very much another structure behind. And so a very special form is the ribbed version on the right, and on the very right is a flat crown with a lattice, and this is very interesting because it's the Schwedler type, so in Germany very well known, Johann Wilhelm Schwedler, and he built up a crown that was reinforced only in the crown itself. It didn't need any truss underneath, it didn't need any supportings underneath, it was only the crown on itself, and every field was reinforced by a cross. The first one was realized only for a gas holder house. And then, also rebuilding a new gas holder, they used this method also for the lifts. And the piston type. So we see this form is uniform, and you can find it everywhere. It's made by Konrad Jagschütz. And I can't tell such a long story like about the hydraulic gas holders, like about this gas holder type, because it was uniform, and if you can see a polygonal structure, it's definitely MAN. Like here, it was also part of the skyline in New York. A rival principal was August Klönne, and you can recognize very well what did Klönne and what did MAN, because Klönne had a very circular shaped shell. There are no angles, and so you can see immediately, okay, this is a Klönne type, but he did not his sealing with the fluid, he did it with rubbers, with greased rubbers along the shell. Okay, it's a little bit, okay, now it's working. And so we can do a summary on all those structures. So from the very, very small one in 1813 with tripod standards up to very high-rising piston-type gas holders. The largest one was built in Chicago but demolished in wartime, unfortunately. So I can make the summary. This new building type was created by its use, its function, its requirements, how it was working, the composition itself of the single elements, and also the realizing, so the construction. And now I get quickly to the reuse, very, very quickly, because for me very important steps are to recognize first the gas holder, which type, with category, make some analysis, and you need to understand the gas holder right. And then you can to evaluate or classify your gas holder and think which part this gas holder is taking in the timeline. And then one can continue to build. So we have the same summary. We have different criteria to do the classification. We have construction, architecture, technology, building archaeology, urbanism, socio-economic and history, criteria. We have to think about all. Then you can think about the importance, if it's national, regional, or local. And then it's also depending, is this gas holder super new? So is it only a patent? Is it a prototype? Or is it a standard type? Or is it a unique type that was changed or built? Because often it's too late. So I've been to London in 2015 and I was quite lucky to see a lot of gas holders, but I also saw this case that gas holders were demolished. So I show 4 first reused gas holders. So the very first reused gas holder house or enclosing was the Fichte bunker in Berlin. So this one was used in war times for a bunker, reinforced, and then later on it was a storage for groceries, and right now you can try to get an apartment there under the crown, and there are loft apartments. But it's a very, very early example of the first of reuse. So, and then the next step of freestanding guide frame reuses with guide frame. There's also Amsterdam, we know, but here in this case Barcelona, without a tank, they reused the whole structure for the Olympic Games as a park. So it's a very simple example, and I like it a lot, because the in-ground tank was just filled in, and then they created a space for basketball. The first piston-type gas holder that was reused is the Gasometer Oberhausen, so they call it like this. And in 1993-94, for the International Building Exhibition Emscher Park, it was reused for an exhibition space. So there's a space under the piston and over the piston. And the first time I went there, I went to the water cup, also to the ceiling cup, and it was super interesting, and everyone was kind of confused because I was not watching the exhibition, but the details. And I'm very proud to be also a little part of the think tank of Freiburg in Breisgau. And this spherical gas holder will be reused. The project is there, or the idea to create a spatial experience tank and a recreation area around it. But they still need to find funding. And this is always a very hard issue. But it will be the very first spherical gas holder to be reused. And if you want to take part of this reuse, and if you want to take a sponsorship, like I'm also having, you can just write them Gaskugel Freiburg, and they will be happy about sponsors or partners. And the last picture of mine I want to share. I was last week in La Chaux-de-Fonds in Switzerland for another conference, and I was there for the history of watchmakers. So I didn't have my gas holder focus on, but then I saw in a film presentation a very well-known structure, and then I went to this site, and it's a waste-to-energy plant, and I think it's the first gas holder that kept the industrial sense and use. I never saw another example like this before, and also they kept the lift like Athens does. So thank you very much. If there are questions or if you have gas holders, yeah.
Okay, now that we have all the information about gasworks, gas history and gas holders, we're going to listen to Maria Daniil and Maria Mavroidi. They are the representatives of VIDA, and they are going to talk about gasworks plants in Greece from operation to reuse.
Και αλλάζω από εδώ, έτσι.
Οπότε αλλάζω αυτό. Με το κάτω μόνο, έτσι, και με το άλλο πάω πίσω.
So after two lovely journeys by Barbara and Russell, we'll come to Greece, and based on the wide recording of VIDA, we'll try to present gasworks in Greece. Right after Greece gained independence in 1830, frantic efforts were made towards the organization of a modern state according to Western European standards. Since those early years, particular emphasis was placed on infrastructure development. In this context, the introduction of a gas lighting system similar to the system applied in large European cities was a great leap in the citizens' quality of life. Although such a system was the responsibility and obligation of the local authorities, it could be implemented only with the assistance of the central government. The use of gas, apart from the lighting of public spaces and buildings in cities, was soon extended to domestic use and to motive power, initially for small workshops and later for industries. The municipality of Athens, the largest and most important in the country, was a pioneer in this field. It modernized the city's public lighting by replacing oil lamps with gas light, concluding a contract with Feraldi in 1857. Feraldi was a French contractor whose company was granted the special privilege of establishing the gaslight factory in which we are now located. As construction works were delayed, the gaslighting of Athens commenced eventually in 1862 and spread gradually with the city's expansion. However, from 1889 on, the city's lighting with the use of electricity started being organized. Electricity replaced gas lighting in the 1930s. The gas produced since then was mainly used for industrial and only partly for domestic purposes. 10 years after the opening of the gaslight factory in Athens, only few local authorities in other Greek towns followed the capital's example and attempted to set up gas factories following similar procedures. Gas factories, definitely smaller in scale than those in Athens, were constructed in cities with high economic and demographic growth. These were all port cities with large amount of commercial traffic, where the local authorities could afford the construction cost for the plant and for the gas light supply network. The city of Patras, a major port in the country, was the first to attempt to establish a gas light factory in 1872. Piraeus, the port of Athens, followed in 1878, and immediately afterwards Volos in 1893, a city with great commercial activity. Hermopolis of Syros, with significant industrial development, tried to establish a gas light factory twice, once in 1872 and once in 1887. Both attempts were unsuccessful because the local authorities' economic capacity was insufficient to finance this project. As regards Greek territories which were still under Ottoman occupation, Thessaloniki, incorporated in Greece in 1912, acquired gas lighting in 1887 and Mytilene in the late 1890s. In Corfu, shortly after the island's union with Greece in 1864, a gas factory was established between 1862 and 1865. Most of the above-mentioned enterprises were based on a similar law with its accompanying royal decrees regarding concession of the right of exploitation to that of Athens in 1854. According to these, the contractor had to undertake the construction of the factories at his own expense, but he was granted tax exemptions for imported raw materials, tools, and machinery. By these decrees, the location, method, and materials of construction, as well as the process of gas production, were fully specified. The exclusive right of exploitation was initially taken over by foreign companies that possessed the know-how, and they established gasworks in the industrial areas of the cities, usually on plots of land granted by the state. In Piraeus, the exclusive concession for the production of coal gas for the lighting of the city was assigned to the French architect Eugene Pia in 1872 for 50 years by royal decree. However, despite all additional facilitations provided to Pia, he cancelled the contract a year later due to the overvaluation of coal and iron. A new contract signed in 1877 established the Piraeus Gasworks Company, which was set up by powerful economic operators of the time. The gas factory was commissioned at the beginning of 1878. The Greek mechanical engineer Nikolaos Vlangalis undertook the gasworks establishment. But 10 years later, in 1888, he transferred his rights to a French company. After 1930, the company was taken over by the municipality, and in 1935, it was granted to the Hellenic Electric Company with a 30-year concession for the production and distribution of gas for domestic and industrial use. A different approach can be observed in Patras, where the gas factory founded in 1872 was financed through a municipal loan. This is why the municipality did not compensate the contractor for the lighting of the city for some years. However, the fact that the gas company's administrations proved incapable of meeting the needs of the municipality led to continuous auctions until the final agreement was made in 1878. The contract for gas lighting of Patras was awarded to the Milan-based company Vogel & Co. for 20 years. Sir Pieri, who was also involved in the Athens gasworks, and the French engineer Gheorghi had a leading role here. When the contract expired, an agreement was signed with the English company Thomson Houston in 1898 for 40 years. The new company had to transfer the headquarters of the plant outside the city. And the construction of the new factory was completed in 1900. Another exception was the municipality of Volos, which assigned the construction and operation of the city's gaslight factory to the Greek engineer Spiros Kritsiolis in 1895. The concession was granted by royal decree for 50 years. It is obvious that technical expertise in the country was increasing due to European studies, further education and experience, and therefore engineers and technicians could more effectively deal with the demands of the time. The cities of Thessaloniki and Mytilene would follow a similar process, although they were subject to the Ottoman legislation. It has to be noted that this legislation was literally imposed by the Western companies that undertook projects in the countries of the East at the time. In 1887, the Ottoman government assigned the monopoly of the installation and exploitation of gas in Thessaloniki to a constructor for 35 years. The project was taken over by the British Kirby in 1888, and construction work began a year later. Kirby later granted his concession to a French company, which in turn transferred it to Belgian entrepreneurs. Such successive trades among several intermediaries were typical of public works in the Ottoman Empire, all of which were essentially constructed by Western European companies. The case of Mytilene is even more interesting. At the beginning of the 20th century, the concession was granted to Mytilene Gaslight Company for 50 years. However, the main shareholder of the company was allegedly the city mayor, Kavetsos. The company was set up by local upper-class members who wished to add an image of the European city to the place, as the economic prosperity of Lesbos was at its best. The company was not ultimately a profitable business, but rather a civilizing effort, which unfortunately quickly foundered. The Corfu gas plant was built by the English company Malta and Mediterranean Gas with a 29-year concession. The privilege was extended for 40 more years with the involvement of the engineer Gheorghi, who was also involved in the Patras gas works. In Athens, the siting of the factory was to the west of the city, where the economically lower classes had long been located. The area was offered for craft and industrial uses. It was located on the factory was located on the road connecting the city to the port of Piraeus for easy access to raw materials and next to the river Iridanos, which provided large quantities of water for the operation of the factory. The land was purchased in 1857 by Feraldi, the first director of the company. The gaslight factories of other cities are built outside the city center as noisy ones in their industrial areas and near the port. In Piraeus, it was granted by the municipality in the industrial area of the city and near the textile factory of Retsina Brothers. The area, although small, was located in the heart of the Piraeus machine shops, very close to the port, excuse me, very close to the port and the railway lines. It was extended to a neighboring area, probably in the 1930s, when the municipality took over its exploitation. In Patras, the factory was initially built in a central area of the city, on the harbour. It was quickly moved outside the city limits on land granted by the municipality in the industrial area of the city. The new location had its own jetty and was close to the railway station. The permit for the construction the permit for the construction of a gasworks in Volos was granted in the area of Palea, in the area of the old Ottoman cemetery. The location was privileged as it was public and did not require acquisition or expropriation, on the harbour and close on the one hand to the river Krasidona, which covered the water supply needs of the factory, and on the other hand to the railway station. Thessaloniki. In Thessaloniki, the factory was built at the western entrance to the city near the Bekhchinar area on land purchased by the company in 1888. The choice was based on the availability of large and cheap plots of land in the area, combined with the proximity of the railway station and the port. Similarly, the gasworks in Corfu was located in the suburb of Manduki, close to Corfu town and in direct contact with the sea. Given the lack of expertise in Greece, the entire structure of the Athens gas plant, the construction materials and the technical equipment were imported duty-free from Paris, which had experience in highly specialized technical issues and had developed this technology for the same reason, the entire design of the gas production complex, both the initial phase and the gradual extensions, was drawn up in the French capital at least until 1920, when German technology was introduced. The plant was developed as an organized and closed complex, where most of the buildings were shells for the machinery necessary for the various production phases, while the rest covered the needs of the workers. The architectural solution and the morphology of the buildings followed the corresponding European utilitarian typology, adapting the volumes to the needs of the mechanical installations and the production cycle combined with a simple aesthetic. There is insufficient evidence of the design and construction of industrial complexes in other cities. From the scant evidence available, they seem to follow in design and construction the standards established for the Athens gasworks and the norm of industrial buildings that prevailed. Their construction, therefore, followed similar solutions to those of European industrial complexes, possibly pioneering for Athens at the time, such as the extensive use of metal supports, beams, trusses, and iron tractors, but common in Patras and Thessaloniki, which were built at the end of the 19th century. Morphologically, in almost all the complexes, the same building materials are used from facades and are compared, as in Athens, with European examples. From the surviving buildings today, the gas factory of Patras and Thessaloniki, and from an earlier depiction of the Corfu factory, large elongated buildings with gable roofs can be observed. Morphologically, they are formed with obvious elaborate stone, cornerstones and frames made of obvious solid clay bricks or carved stones. In Piraeus, elongated buildings are arranged around the perimeter of the plot according to the requirements of production. The only building that preserves its original physiognomy today appears with a simple morphology. The wooden roof, which is preserved in good condition, is the most impressive with the necessary elevation in the middle of it due to its industrial use. Apart from Athens, which was the longest-lasting gas production plant, the peripheral ones were quickly discredited and ceased operation. This was led by the provision of electric lighting in cities as the safest, least polluting, and most effective method. At the same time, the destruction suffered by the buildings due to wars, earthquakes, or fires resulted in their abandonment. When the country recovered economically, it was considered unprofitable to reopen them. Today, those factories that still retain some of their buildings have changed their use, and there is no trace of their original use. In Athens, the production of gas from coal has been gradually discontinued since 1983, and the network has been linked to the Greek Espropyrgos refineries, where the production of gas from naphtha is established. In 1986, it was declared listed as a historical site, and the individual buildings were declared historic. Since 1999, the complex has been operating as a cultural space for the municipality of Athens. The Thessaloniki gasworks operated until 1917, when the city's distribution network was destroyed in the Great Fire of 1917, and it was financially unprofitable to reopen it. Besides, electricity, which replaced gas as a source of lighting, had arrived in Thessaloniki in 1908 from the Belgian Tramway Company. After 1948, the premises housed the premises of the premise for the service for public works, and in 2001 they were granted to the current region of Central Macedonia. The Piraeus gas factory was blown up when the Germans left Athens in 1944. Although it had modernized its operation with vertical distillation furnaces, it was reopened with problems and worked until 1967, when it ceased operation and the buildings were rented for various industrial uses. In the past 20 years, several of its buildings have been demolished for unknown reasons. In Volos, the plant covered the needs of municipal lighting until 1927, while the use of gas was extended to private houses. In 1918, it was acquired by the Volos Electric Company, which had been founded earlier. The same factory started the production of electricity, which gradually transformed the whole structure, form, and operation of the original gaslight factory. The plant operated until 1939, when it was stopped due to the lack of raw materials, a consequence of the war. The buildings were used to house the war victims, and the 24-meter-high chimney was destroyed by bombing in 1940. The complex was demolished after the 1955 earthquakes, when it was irreparably damaged. In Patras, the operation of the factory in the new location where it was moved was stopped in 1917 due to lack of coal. Its subsequent reopening was not successful, and the company handed over the premises to the municipality of Patras in 1939. The factory was finally abandoned after the end of the Second World War. In Corfu, shortly after the end of the First World War, the gasworks company went bankrupt, the factory was closed, and at an unknown time, it was demolished. Reaching the end, it is a fact that in Greece, there was no universal acceptance of the use of gas and public consumption was small compared to that of Europe and America. The fear of explosions from pipeline leaks and poisoning created a climate of insecurity. Combined with the air pollution caused by the factories, gas was considered an anachronistic form of energy. The result was the rapid closure of the few factories that were set up, apart from the one in Athens. Distribution networks were abandoned and gas lamps were replaced by newer ones using electricity. Outside Athens, the reuse of the surviving parts of these factories, those that became feasible, does not highlight or preserve their historical memory, unfortunately. This is where Vida comes to offer its services by recording and documenting these industrial remains in order to raise awareness among the public and the state, and ultimately to contribute to the preservation of our common industrial past as an integral part of our history, which must be handed down to future generations as knowledge and legacy. Thank you very much.
And the last, before the break, I would like to invite Mr. Konstantinos Bidzanis, who is the Managing Director of Technopolis. He's going to talk about the reuse and sustainability of the gasworks of Athens.
Okay. So, first of all, I would like to thank the previous speakers for the additional knowledge they provide to us. It's really very useful. And I would like to mention at the beginning that our gas museum is actually a small journey from building to building following the production procedure, from coal to the gas holders. And secondly, we are a company which has, her symbol is a gas holder, and the third big gas holder among these two, which are reused at Technopolis entrance, is one of the most known landmarks of Athens. Not like Acropolis, but similar. So, let's start with my presentation, which is about the reuse and sustainability of the gasworks of Athens. Let us start a little bit with history, although Maria provided us a lot about the history of all gasworks. The history of the gaswork of Athens started in 1857, and the gasworks are founded in Gazi. The Greek press was welcoming illuminating gas as a giant step toward European culture. It was the stepping stone for the development of the newly established Kingdom of Greece. The foundation for the gasworks was an important investment, not only for the factory itself, but for the whole country, and of course for the region industrial and economic boost in the late 19th century. Actually, the gasworks is a significant step for the industrial revolution of Greece. The original company underwent a series of ownership transfers, starting from the first businessman Francois Feraldi to the municipality of Athens in 1938 until the 1984, where the gasworks are closing down. Regarding the district around the gasworks, it develops quickly, populated by the workers of the gasworks, and a lot of, let's say, underworld elements, hosting criminals and prostitutes. The increased pollutants from the gasworks, fumes and emissions result in the rise of health problems of the local residents and create extreme poverty. The situation becomes worse in 1922, following the events in Asia Minor and the destruction and displacement of large populations from the coast of Turkey to the Greek mainland. In the last period of its operation, starting from the 50s, in the 50s and the 60s, the area is greeted by a surge of new permanent residents, Greeks, but as well as other ethnic groups who had previously been residents in the country's northern border, attracted to the region because of low rents. Within 2 decades, residents of Gazi and the surrounding region realized that the gasworks are a hotbed of pollution, causing them to suffer a reduced standard of living. The residents band together and bring about the shutdown of the factory, successfully transforming the area into open access, green space with a playground, amphitheater, etc. In the summer of 1984, bulldozers crushed the historical perimeter of the factory and the inhabitants breathed again. In 1989, the place is named Industrial and Archaeological Park of Athens, and 10 years later, the Athens municipality restored the gas factory with the biggest part of the machinery in situ and launches the Technopoli City of Athens as a municipal company aimed at organizing and hosting cultural activities. Athenians begin to explore the historical center and all its possibilities and start to see the area through different eyes. The urban renewal and redevelopment of the district is made official once it welcomes one of the busiest metro stations, Keramikos, in 2004, and the repopulation of the area with bar, cafes, and even the construction of postmodern loft spaces where ironwork once stood. So, Technopolis today. Technopolis owns 17 buildings spread over 25,000 square meters, among which stand the landmarks of 3 chimneys and 3 gas holders. It was an almost uniform open space that is suitable for various uses. This space has the specific privilege to be the only enclosure in the center of Athens that can accommodate up to 6,000 people in a concert. From 1991 to 2011, Technopolis functioned as a place mainly used for cultural activities. In 2011, Technopolis becomes a limited company whose main stakeholder is the municipality of Athens. The basic difference from previous years is that Technopolis acquires the flexibility of a private company in terms of everyday function, establishes new collaborations, and aims to gradually minimize the financial grants deriving from the city of Athens in the coming years. Meanwhile, the status of Technopolis is amended by the board, and the Industrial Gas Museum is inaugurated 2 years later, in 2013. The 3 pillars of our operation today are the cultural event pillar, the Industrial Gas Museum, and Innovathens, a hub of innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship. We say that we combine our industrial past with a cultural presence, and we have an innovative future. The first pillar is still the most important one because it's organizing a lot of concerts, festivals, exhibitions, and Technopolis is the most desired place for young people in Athens, having about 1 million visitors per year. The pillar of the museum is dedicated to reinterpret the historic site, to promote and preserve the historical information of the tangible and intangible gas heritage, to highlight the technological novelties of the production line, to create an industrial identity, to enhance its educational dimension and public engagement, and to foster diversity, sustainability, aiming at a museum which is open to the public, accessible, and inclusive. Finally, the third pillar of Athens, which is also hosted in gas holder nearby, is inaugurated in 2015 and is a hub of innovation, entrepreneurship, and housed, as I told, in a gas holder dated the beginning of the century. Innovathens supports the creation of a network where creative people with innovative ideas, academics, mentors, businessmen, and researchers can exchange knowledge, expertise, experience, and good practices through business meetings, lecture presentations, workshops, and career days and innovation festivals. This hub aims at strengthening entrepreneurship, encouraging the innovative spirit, and offering opportunities for education and retraining in new technologies and digital skills. The annual budget of Tecnopolis is almost 3 million euros per year and includes all operating expenses like communications and production costs, wages, maintenance costs, gift shop and cafe stocking costs, product costs, etc. Technopolis' main sources of income consist first to a private money by 2/3 of the total income, and this revenue comes from rental spaces, concert tickets, earning from the cafe and the gift shop, museum tickets, sales, educational program fees, sponsorships, and 1/3 comes from public money, which is funding from the City of Athens. Of course, we have also fundings from European programs, which we address to both sources. The resilience and the sustainability of the Technopolis is, as a cultural place, is based to a strategic management of reusing industrial places in order to acquire income from various and different resources. The main target of the reuse is not only the conservation of the industrial heritage, but also its expansion and openness to the public. The strategic mission is the balance between a complete state mentality and a private one. The COVID period was a backlash regarding our financial structure, but in the same time was a big lesson about being flexible and realizing that everything can change from the one week to another. Each cultural pillar of Technopolis had to redefine its role during the COVID period and in a very short time and invent new ways in order to be sustainable. I would like to mention the pros and cons of managing the former gasworks in Greece. The big advantages we have is that we are running a big and open space in the center of the city, which can host a great number of visitors. This asset, especially during the COVID period, gave us the opportunity to continue our functionality, keeping all the safe distances and measures. The history of the building, as well as the preserved production line and the machinery and all the oral histories of the people are a big advantage of us. The evolution of technology and digital environment, the entrepreneurial aspect that the factory incubates, the industrial aesthetics and the environmental issues are all belong all of them to our advantages. As disadvantages, we would like to mention the big cost we need to maintain and preserve the 17 buildings we have. The functionality of the 3 pillars demands always specialized managerial skills in order to be effective and to run the place efficiently. From the other hand, this three-pillar approach of Technopolis combines the industrial past with the cultural present and the innovative future, aiming at the sustainable and resilient organization in the center of Athens that has to face the challenges in the worldwide environment that constantly changes. New perspectives. After all the above tasks, the company has gained knowledge on difficult procedure, which gave us the opportunity for expansion and change, enrichment of activities. The company has the opportunity to guide, to support, and to maintain its sustainability and moreover gain access to a wider audience. People who are working in the industrial heritage sector have to be open to change and adapt new practices, new technology and tools, to be flexible to changes. The role of Technopolis has expanded and changed. In the meantime, we undertake projects outside of Technopolis by creating an adaptive reuse of other listed places in the city, like the municipal market of Kypseli. The company gains access to a wider audience. Industrial heritage monuments like Technopolis can act as leaders in the creative sector, and we always be open to new synergies, collaborations with others. This is why it's very important the guys working together. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to have a break for coffee. I would like to say that if you wish to participate in the theatrical tour at the end of the conference, there is still availability. You can talk to my colleagues outside. And the coffee will be held just in the next guest holders at the Inn of Athens. We will be back at about 20 minutes past 12. Thank you. We have our speakers from Finland, from Suvilahti Cultural Center. Yes? And Kai Huotari is going to talk, who is the manager director, and Yuni Cherki, okay, who is head of property at Suvilahti. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yes, good morning from our behalf, Kalimera. And so we're coming from Finland. Unlike our Italian friends, we have, I can't promise a funny presentation because every time we try to be funny, we're serious and vice versa. So, well, you see. But anyway, so before we start, my name is Kai Huotari. Well, we were just presented, and I'm the managing director of Kaapeli. I will give you a sort of a context of our company, very similar to the one running Technopolis here. And then my colleague Jouni will tell you about Suvilahti, where the two gas holders are located. But before we start, let me just want to thank you for inviting us. We feel very humbled and honored to be here. Let us congratulate the Gas Museum for its first 10 years of existence, great achievement, and then let us express our condolences for the tragic train accident that happened last week here in Greece. So Kaapeli is the company that I'm running and where we both work for, and we transform industrial complexes to cultural centers. The first one that we started with was some 30 years ago. It's an old cable factory previously owned by Nokia. It's the place where mobile phone was invented. And we've been now running it. It's a U-shaped building. It's some 57,000 square meters, that building. And now we have built an extension to it. And now it encompasses 63,000 square meters with this dance hall addition. Then from 2008 onwards, we took over this Suvilahti gas and energy plant. So there's both electricity and gas have been there, and there we own 9 buildings, and it was actually the place where the first electric bulb in Finland was lit. So we are very proud of our industrial heritage. And then our third center is this N10, former pharmaceutical factory, and that one we purchased in 2019, and we've been running it now for 3 years. So all, in a nutshell, our company is much like Tecnopolis here. We are a limited company owned by the city of Helsinki, a private limited company. We don't receive any public subsidies from the city or the state government, so we are completely financially self-sustaining. Roughly now we have some 100,000 square meters of space that we run, and really the secret to our managing formula is that we own the buildings that we run. So we have a pretty hefty balance sheet of 72 million euros. With that, we can take loans and then renovate the buildings. We have roughly an 8.5 million turnover last year. But with this last picture from Suvilahti, let me give the floor to Jouni, and he will tell you more about the gas holders there.
Thank you, Kai, and hello to everybody. Very happy to be here. Let me tell you a little bit more about Suvilahti. So Suvilahti is the first Finnish electricity and gas plant. It's also a landmark of Finnish industrial architecture. It's a pioneer of reinforced concrete structure in our country. The architecture reflects German and Viennese trends from the early 20th century. The buildings are old-fashioned, and at least to my taste, they are very, very beautiful. The architect who designed these buildings is called Selim A. Lindqvist. He did it in collaboration with an engineer called Hjalmar Kastren, who was a specialist in these concrete structures. There, the gas plant area was used, like Kai said, to produce energy and heat for the city of Helsinki until the 1970s. At the final stages, it was used only for producing gas, and the operations ended around 1994. Out of the many buildings, we have now nine buildings left, and these 2 beautiful gas holders as well. After the industrial era, in the beginning of the 2000s, some new tenants started to arrive in the area, mostly photographers. Some smaller events also took place. Let me hop over a few slides here. And also a big outdoor festival moved to Suvilahti. It's called the Flow Festival. At that point, I would say a spark for a new interesting area at the heart of the eastern downtown area of Helsinki was lit, like the first bulb at Suvilahti. In 2008, Suvilahti was moved from Helsingin Energia, which is an energy company owned by the city of Helsinki. They moved the real estate to the city and then to our company. Like Kai just explained, we had successfully converted another former industrial site into a cultural center, and we were therefore the perfect real estate company to continue the conversion at Suvilahti. Now I have to hop back a few slides into 2009. So Suvilahti had been for decades a gas working plant, and there was vast amounts of coal that was stored just at the ground, and the soil was heavily contaminated. And the city cleaned the soil in 2009. In total, 1,411 truckloads of contaminated soil was removed and replaced. And during these years, also some of the buildings were renovated and designed for the future use. And we started to get new tenants to Suvilahti. We had a circus school. We have a center for new circus, for performing artists, like professional performing circus artists. We got a brewery and a bar. Photographers, they were actually already there. We got visual artists and writers, and also the film industry with their post-production offices arrived at Suvilahti. We also have a gallery there specializing in urban art. And also the ever-growing outdoor festivals, they became a big part of the summer season in Helsinki. This picture is a part of a Tuska festival. Tuska means pain. It's a heavy metal festival, as you may guess from the picture. This picture is from last year, from the Flow Festival. It's a really awesome picture, I would say. There's 30,000 people celebrating music and culture and friendship at Suvilahti. I also want to give you a short technical run-through of the renovation project of the Suvilahti brick gas holder. It says gasometer here. That's not really the right term, but in Finland we used to call these gas holders with the name of kaasukello, and it actually translates into gas bell. So in 2009, the city made a vast building survey to the brick gasometer, and they found out that it was in need of swift repairs. The roof was leaking, the bricks were falling off, and the plastering was also falling off, and the telescope structure was still inside, and there was water inside the telescope structure. These pictures are from 2015, and as you can see, the outside of the gas holder is not in a very good shape anymore. In 2010, the water was drained and the soil was tested inside the brick gasometer, sorry, gas holder. And not to anybody's surprise, the soil was heavily contaminated. There was also some microbial growth on the walls. In the following years, a gas collection system was installed. The goal was to lower the contamination levels. Here you see a picture of the telescope structure. Well, it's actually a drawing, not a picture. And a picture of the gas collection system. In 2017, the telescope structure was demolished. Some pictures of that as well. At 2018, the actual basic renovation process got started. The foundations of the building's perimeter were reinforced with a method called jet piling. The soil inside the gas holder was replaced to a depth of 5 meters. And also another gas collection system was installed under the floor. Also, a variety of measures took place to clean the walls. Here we have a picture of the almost ready insides of the brick gas holder. Almost half of the bricks inside were demolished until 15 centimeters deep and rebuilt with new bricks. Demolished surfaces were then applied with a sealing mortar to keep the contaminations inside. The facade of the building has also been replastered and painted with a chalk paint, and the water roof has been completely renewed. And the building has been connected to sewerage and electricity and central heating networks. Some of the upper parts are still in need of some repairs. There's still a little bit of contaminations, and the city hasn't yet decided how to do that because they haven't really decided who will be the actual end user of this building. For the moment, the space can be only used temporarily with a maximum number of 60 people. That's quite surprising because it has thousands of square meters of space and it's 40 meters tall. But this is due to the small exits and with the ventilation also. And This is from last year, 2022, when the gasometer is basically done. Well, it's empty inside, but outside it looks brand new. The renovation has not been continuous. It actually lasted 12 years altogether. It's been entirely done by the city of Helsinki. And as a municipal project, it's not so easy to get the funding for such a long period. It also requires some political will. There's one person that I would like to mention. She's an engineer at the city of Helsinki, and she has been kind of the driving force behind the gasometer project. She's called Johanna Hytönen, and I really greatly appreciate her work. We've had some events in the gas holders already. 1 minute, okay, thank you. There was a cinema event last year in the steel structured gas holder. The city afterwards found out that it's in such a bad shape that for now it's closed, which is a pity. Inside the brick gasometer, there's been a couple of exhibitions during the summer festivals, also during the winter, and augmented reality-induced exhibition. But the future for these gas holders is still a little bit unclear. The city wants to find a long-term tenant, and also the steel gas holder needs to be renovated, and it's not entirely cheap to do that either. The estimated cost for that is 9 million euros, and the price tag for the brick one was actually 18 million euros. There are some other projects in Suvilahti that are taking place, and when the city decided to preserve Suvilahti, it gave kind of a push to other urban planning projects. I'm not going to talk about them a lot because I don't have time, but there are other projects around Suvilahti that will take place in the following years. So the future of Suvilahti is looking quite good. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both of you. I'm going to invite Mr. Έβερτ Verhagen. He is the founder and owner of Creative Cities from the Netherlands. And he's going to talk about reuse of the Western gas fabric in Amsterdam.
I feel like an old man. I'm pensioned. And 30 years ago, when I was a young man, I worked at the Westergasfabriek in Amsterdam. And to make clear, I worked for the city of Amsterdam, never for a private company. And my job was, in 1992, to find a new use for a gas factory. There were no conferences like this. There was no one I could go to. There were engineers that wanted to make a lot of money and wanted to help me, but there was nothing of the kind. So I will tell you a little bit, because I don't have that much time, about my research, feeling like a detective, going everywhere in the world, talking with people, being invited to Germany, USA, Russia, everywhere, to talk about reusing gas factories. Here, in the, do I have a light? Yeah, this is the place where the gas factory is built in Amsterdam. I have displayed thing of the gas factory. And here you see at the left, Imperial Continental Gas Association, the letters in the building. This was my office in 1990 when I started, under the letters of the Imperial Continental. This was the actual gas factory, also the water tower. And when I came there in 1990, all of this was already demolished. Everything was demolished in 1960 when we found natural gas in the Netherlands and the production of coal gas stopped. The buildings were not seen as useful. When they destroyed the whole thing in the 1960s, we had 4 gas factories in Amsterdam, very creatively called Ooster, Wester, Noorder, and Souder gas factory. And they destroyed simply everything that they could not reuse immediately. Here in Westergasfabriek, we were lucky because they were able to reuse these buildings as a storage facility for the electricity company of Amsterdam. And the Westergasfabriek, being the largest gas factory in Amsterdam, also has the infrastructure for the gas delivery to the city even today. The natural gas that we are still on, it comes from Groningen, not from Russia. We have earthquakes in Groningen because of pumping the natural gas, but we still use it, and the infrastructure to distribute it over the city is still at Westergas. You see here you saw our gas holder. This thing is built in 1902. It's a Kleune gas factory, and here I'm going to talk a little bit more about the inside of that gas holder later, but that space has never been the gas holder. The gas was on top here in this structure, and this thing has always been empty because it was, although the structure was built overground, these arches were made to have the possibility with railway to put trains through it, but just like last year in Spain where they made tunnels and the trains didn't fit in the tunnels, here also the trains didn't fit in the arches. So the whole space has been empty for 90 years. And they used it only to store the gas ovens with the transformation. Anyhow, this is one of the most fascinating pictures I have. And I want to stand still with it for a second, because this gas factory was built in 1895, between 1883 and 1895. And what fascinates me is why did they ask one of the best architects in Amsterdam, Isaac Goldschalk, at that moment, to build that factory? Because it was an engineering thing. You know, we have seen all these pictures of all these gas factories passing by this morning, and very often these things were just constructions. But here, for one or another reason, they found it necessary to ask an architect of the same level as, let's say, Central Station or the Concertgebouw or the Stedelijk Museum to build that factory, where actually no one was going, only the people who worked there. And they usually died there. So it looks so fantastic, beautiful with the boat and the train, but in reality it was shit. Because, you know, in 1883, what did they know about cancer and diseases and cyanide? You know, so people who worked there, they usually died young. So here is a picture of the gas factory in the 1950s. You see the gas holder that I already showed before. And then in 1990, we came. And I was lucky, I was 30, I had my first job, and they asked me to look after the gas factory. And I thought, what the hell am I going to do? What am I doing here? Who can I talk to? And my first idea was to keep the guards and to keep the fences. And lucky enough, also my first idea was to invite a photographer and picture everything that was there exactly at that moment as it was. Immediately, the monument people came to put everything on the monument list, which I didn't like, because that didn't help me to reuse those buildings. You know, when you have to talk to all these monument people, they don't allow you to do this, they don't allow you to that. And immediately it struck me that these buildings were super beautiful. The light was beautiful, the bricks were beautiful, everything. I had this idea, wow. Here is the water gas factory that was built much later, far more not beautiful. And of course, when there was a decision to reuse this whole gas factory made in the city, there were members of the city parliament who said, yeah, if we are going to save all these buildings, we at least have to destroy one or two. Because, you know, you cannot reorganize it without destroying some. So this one had to be destroyed. But later, when I started temporary use, this one was the headquarters of Cirque du Soleil Europe. And from here, Cirque du Soleil in the 1990s started all their operations in Europe with their circus. And they had their offices here. There were 500 people working in that building that during the gas factory years only had 5 people working there. So when they were talking to me, they said, we need jobs. I said, hey, we have jobs here. Anyhow. This is the gas holder. It was saved by Philip Morris. The Marlboro man was there. You see the package of Marlboro. They paid $400,000 to repair the roof. And for that money, they had 10 years Marlboro man on the gas holder. Now, my job was not only to reuse the buildings. My job was to make a park for the events and for people to use the park, because Amsterdam needed parks. And my job also was integral with everything to remediate. And the remediation, of course, was the biggest problem. I could talk only about the remediation for a couple of hours. But my luck was, and this is important for you to understand, this project was on the list of the most polluted places in the Netherlands, the top 3. And they had calculated that it was going to cost 500 million guilders then, before the euro, to clean it. And I was lucky enough to make a plan that only costed 5 million euros. So for a short period, I was really the hero of the country in virtual money. It was like a Bitcoin, you know, it didn't exist. But I made 495 million euros out of nothing. We knew that it would take time. We didn't have a plan how to reuse the buildings. And this is why we started temporary use. And the temporary use, I have a movie about it. We can put it on the computer maybe later, moving pictures. But I will tell you a little bit about it. This was André Rieu, you know him, the guy who makes these big festivals with classical music. He did a commercial for a beer. We had big events in the gas holder. You know the Voice of Finland, the Voice of Norway, the Voice of Holland. It started in the Netherlands. And you know, in the Voice, you know, the battles. The first battles were in the gas holder in Amsterdam. And then one of our super interesting projects was the Helicopter Strike Quartet by Karl-Heinz Stockhausen, the world premiere, with 4 helicopters in the air and the sound mixed in the gas holder, thousands of people sitting there listening to this crazy music. And a couple of years later, I went to New York. We still had CDs then, and records, actually records. And I went to the Tower Record store, and there was a big heap of CDs, Helicopter Strike Quartet, world premiere, Westergasfabriek, Amsterdam. So you can understand that this temporary use was important for us to discover what we could do with the buildings, but it was also very important for us to make clear to everyone, and especially in the Netherlands, that this was a project worthwhile doing. Because I didn't tell you, when I started in 1992, and there was and I got this task to do this, there was no money. I also had to find the money and the financing to do the project. So years later, when I was in front of a national court because people were protesting to some of the plans we had, the chairman of the court said, "Oh, wow, you work at Westergasfabriek. This is where I was with the Queen at the opening night of one of the big festivals." And this really helped us a lot. And also in getting subsidies, this temporary use was super important. So here is the temporary use. Now, here I have some pictures of how we did the remediation. I have to do this short, but to make it simple for you, the first idea was to take everything away, like the guy said in Finland. You take just everything away and you put clean soil in it. But if you do that here, it will cost you 500 million. 12 meters deep, 15 hectares, crazy. So in the end, we decided to make a box, a closed box, concrete on top, steel plates around it, and isolate the pollution, and put a roof garden on top of it. And then there was the problem of the height difference, and then we made the roof garden like this, and we put it here, and then we had the idea how to make this thing work. And then we needed a landscape architect to make a park, and we did a competition, and we had a lot of plans, and finally we had this one, and then we made it into this one that costed me 2 years, 3 years, and this is what we built. And yeah, this is in this plan, let me tell you, that was exactly the period when my hair went from a nice blonde to gray, because it was like every square meter here, you have to discuss, you have to fight. And I think, no, I don't think, I'm sure, that one of the reasons that the project became a success is that people were thinking, you know, these project managers working for the city of Amsterdam, they stay 4 years, 3 years, and then they start to do something else, because there are so many nice projects you can do. But I thought, and I will explain to you why, I thought this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. So my contract with my politicians was, you cannot fire me, but I will not go. Because the big risk always is you make mistakes, something goes wrong, it's pollution, everything can happen, and they can easily put you out and find someone else. So I had a very strict contract with them, and it took me 2 years to go from the first plan to this plan, and this is very important because in the end, with all these contracts, I was able to build exactly this park. There were a lot of troubles with the contamination. There were so many troubles. Everything went overhead in cost. But if you go to Westergasfabriek now, you will find this park. Okay, here we see some, we talked about these beautiful activities of gas, but you know, these guys didn't only store the coal, but they just dumped all the stuff that came out of the gas in the soil. So yeah, the color is not very good, but this is blue, and that blue means cyanide. So if you are so stupid to pee on it, urine on it, then you have the stuff that is killing you in a microsecond. So don't do that. Here you see the blue. And here we had those gas holders. They were filled with product. We put tents over them, and that only costed 15 million to clean these gas holders. I go quick, blah, 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 blah. And in the end, those gas holders that had their foundations under soil are now beautiful ponds in the park. And here you see this concrete layer that was not concrete, but plastic. But that was a trick. And on this plastic, we put a kind of rubble, and then on top the soil, and then blah, 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 the park. And yeah, crazy work, but in the end, it's this. One of the most successful parks in Amsterdam. Costed some money, costed some work, but I'm super proud, and I also won some prizes. This was 2004. So for me, that's like, yeah, a century ago, you know? I started to do other things. I started to do other work. But the interesting thing is that after almost 20 years, I am still invited 4 or 5 times every year to go to a conference and talk about that project. So this brings me to an important point. And that is that we can talk about gas holders and we can talk about the past and the history, and it's super important to have books like this, and it's super important to know about all the types, etc., etc. But I personally think that the most important thing is how to do the regeneration. Because you can know what you have, but if you don't have a plan how to transform it and how to keep it, it will deteriorate before your eyes. So my guess would be, for all these organizations that are involved with these kind of projects, please let's make a book like this on successful reuse and how to do that, and exactly to help guys like me or girls like me when they are 30 or 25 and they are starting a project like this, on how to do it. Because this is really what I missed in those 15 years that I worked there. I got the prizes when it was finished. But also, at that moment, I was in a big conflict with the developer who bought the buildings. So if you look at the website of Gasfabriek today, you will not even find my name, because they didn't like me. You know? Anyhow. Yeah. These are all pictures of the park. It's super interesting to see that that project was successful. But I also knew in 2004, when I left, after almost 15 years working there, that it's like a baby that has grown up, and it's like a child that you have to let loose and that you have to let go. And now I'm only a visitor there, and I wonder, and I don't want to write letters to the newspaper or be, you know, this pissed old guy. But I think, you know, we decided we were going to have 20% restaurants and bars, and the rest had to be used for creative activities. And today, the whole Gasfabriek is one big restaurant with breweries, and there is no square meter where there is no bar or brewery, and festivals are going on the whole year, and they have a 24-hour permission to do events. So they have techno parties, festivals, and everything, which is all beautiful, but when you live on the other side of the street and you have that every day, it's not so beautiful anymore. But, oh, it's nice here to see that the girl had a pack of Marlboro. There was a piece of continuity. Anyhow, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have here today from Warsaw, Gasworks Museum, Piotr Nietiuk. He's going to talk about, learn about the history, that it is an integral part of Warsaw. Visit the Warsaw Gasworks Museum.
So, hello. I have some history, but only some new kind of what we do in Warsaw in our gas factory. Your version is shorter than mine, so I use the double of them. So, history of Warsaw town gas. Let's move to the past, when in the second half of the 19th century, industrialization and urbanization rapidly increased throughout Europe. The development of industry did not bypass in Poland, which did not exist on the map at that time. And the changes that took place largely depend on the partitioning powers of which particular areas belonged. After the fall of the biggest Polish freedom fight, January Uprising, the Kingdom of Poland, including Warsaw, have experienced many changes. Ivan Paszkiewicz, the viceroy of the Russian Tsar, did not want our city to increase developed. Despite the increasing repression by the invader, the development of industry was progressing faster and faster, and this is the necessary infrastructure was being created. The first gaswork in our town was established in 1856 in Powiśle, near to Vistula River. October 6, in 1888, the growing demand for gas makers is necessary to open the second gas plant in Warsaw. This is the Powiśle, and this is the next factory. It is being built at Dworska Street, today's Kasprzaka. The advantage of the new location in the proximity of the railway line and the possibility of siding. The construction took 2 years. The building of the measurement apparatus, this fuelization plant and now defunct boiler and furnace building were erected from the earliest. A water tower was also built, replaced after a few years by a higher one. From the side of the railway siding, a 2-story rotundas housing a gas tank was erected. We don't have law to have this rotunda because the private developer has buying it in 2006. So, some kind of history, the most important events in the life of our factory. In 1889, the new plant takes over the production of the gas plant in Ludna. It's already produced almost half of Warsaw gas. The plant shows the engine room, furnace room, warehouse, and residential building at Dworska. In 1892, on the promises of the gaswork, a chemical plant, ammonia plant, is launched, processing tar, so far only a waste from gas production. In 1897, both sides of the gate from the Dworska, the construction of residential houses is underway, and the villa for director of the factory. Soon, before 20th century, an employing casino was built, also near to our gate house. And this is this one building over here. We also has a tennis court on our factory, using one time. But we have. So, in 1901, we built another 2 rotundas housing gas tanks, and a new water town is in build, and you see it on near to the chemistry. In 1904, we are beginning to hold office and technical position. So far, only Germans have occupied them. Gaswork is production 140,000 cubic meters per day. In 1905, we've got the strikers, which is February and March, cover the Warsaw industry, bring gas workers to a 8-hour working day, but we still pays them for the previous 20 hours. The strikers has a problem with the Russian government, and the Cossacks goes to our factory and wants to kill them, but the workers from gas built a special built or for them, and the Cossacks looking them for 3 days and don't catch them. So the strike is good. Yeah. In 1909, we replacement of furnace and in starting both gas work in Warsaw. It also changed our technology to a much more efficient one. In 1940, after the outbreak of First World War, the German workers are deported to Russia. The plant was handed over the city and Polish management was appointed. The first Polish director on our factories is Emil Świda. He is an industrialist and vice president of Warsaw. After the Germans entered Warsaw, the gaswork again fell into the hands of the Continental Gas Company from Dessau, but only for 11 years because the Warsaw is the owner of property, and for now we just call the municipal gaswork of the capital city of Warsaw. In 1926, after the taking on American loan, expansion and modernization begins. We built first in the Europe Glover West kiln, but also among other a modernist building like a Benzel plant, buildings of a laboratory, and an experimental station. The gas industry begins to bring profits to the city. Network length is 360 kilometers. And that are pictures from 1925 to 1940s. In 1928, we supplied to nearly 100 Warsaw customers, private and industrial. In the Wola, we've got about 800 factories in one of the piece of our city. Also, we've up to 6,500 lanterns in our town. In 1929, September 1st, the German Continental Gas Association in Dessau waived its rights to the Warsaw gaswork. In 1930, the gaswork in Ludna ended production, and the expansion of the plant in Wola continues. It is created, among others, a new, much more efficient kiln. The gas is already delivered to the Wedel factory and the plants in Ursus. The length of the network is 458 kilometers. And here you see the situation plan of our factory. The Warsaw Gas Factory was the largest gaswork in the Polish territories under partition, consisting of many production and residential buildings of the characteristic at the time the red bricks. At the time in Wola near Warsaw, buildings were erected which, despite the passage of time, and still one of the most beautiful and best preserved complexes of architecture from those years. Only 50 years after the construction of gasworks, Poland again had to fight for its territory and nationality. In 1939, the transmission network of the gaswork was bombed, but a significant part of the plant, being a strategic facility for the German occupier, fortunately was not completely destroyed. The gaswork played an important role during the Warsaw Uprising, as it was a place of shelter for many residents, as the staff ensuring the production continuum of the plants. We've got information that under our gas meter, we have shelter for 600 people under the floor. So it's a lot of life. When the dust of war settled, the complex was restored to its former functionality and even expanded, and the production of gas from coal started again. The gaswork in Wola supplied gas to the inhabitants of the capital until 1970. After the production was completed, part of the area was quickly transformed into the gas industry museum. This is our complex, and the museum is... Oh, sorry, is here. This is our museum. and some picture before the renovation. As you see, we've got a house of gas. Oh, sorry, the old map and the apparatownia. Renovation looks like this. We put some kind of new technologies and new possibilities to our visitors. And the Gasworks Museums today has a varied and unique exhibition, the main part of which are 19th century devices relate to the production of gas from hard coal called light gas. Old machine of the plants, photos, documents, historic gas street lamps, unusual gas-powered devices including gas refrigeration, iron, curling iron, and coffee grinder are waiting for our visitors. However, those unique machines which have been preserved in excellent condition to this day and in their heyday were one of the most innovating and modern technological solutions are not the only reason why everyone should visit this place at least once. Thanks to the revitalization works carried out, all the monuments of the museum have been harmonized with modern digital video system, which is a link between the history and modernity and also makes the exhibition easily digestible by the youngest visitor. Each visitor can not only learn about the history of the gas industry in Poland, but also absorb the most important aspects of the history of Poland and the city of Warsaw. And I've got new exhibition photo. And our most valuable artifact is the largest gas meter in Europe, is sitting on that same place from 1899, so it's more or less 125 years. And also we've got a short film, very short. But maybe next time, I see. Yeah, this from the... Okay, because I don't see the mouse button on the... Oh, this one. Yeah? Happy anniversary.
Okay, I would like to invite again Barbara Berger, who is going to talk about the Augsburg Gasworks history and conversion.
So hello again. I don't need to present myself again, and I'm very happy to represent today the public works of Augsburg and as well as the city of Augsburg and the project on the third gasworks site. It's called Industrial Monument and Innovation Space, and I just told Konstantin that there are a lot of parallels to Athens as well. It's not working. So a little overview. This gasworks site was commissioned in 1915, and it is almost entire ensemble, and it has not taken any big damages from the World War. And we have a lot of listed historical monuments. We are very proud too. And there was also a natural gas cracking plant that was working from 1963 to 78. And the gas holder site was put out of service in 2001. But first, let's start about the history. This is an overview how the gasworks site was in its high times. And so it's the third gasworks site, and we see with number 1 the furnace building, by number 2 the storage tower for water and byproducts like tar and ammonia water. 3 is the cooler house, and 4 the apparatus house that is still there. We have a purification building, the very tall MAN typical standard type gas holder, 2 telescopic type gas holders, and also a welfare building in front of the tower. In the second line, we see a sort of laboratories for experiments for the gas himself, and in the middle we can see a prototype of the MAN piston-type gas holders in the middle, with 2 laboratories on the left and the right. This is very important. I will get back to this in a few minutes. And the standard MAN piston-type gas holder was erected in 1951. Now it's the symbol of Augsburg-Oberhausen, and it's really dominating the cityscape there. And we know this type, he is erected like he was dominating very many other cities. But how was it starting, the story? I just told how this gas holder was working, and here on the right we can see the patent by Konrad Jakschitz. It's a very systematic sketch or design, and we can recognize somehow the shell and even the piston in the middle. In this patent, almost 100 years after the gaslight was inaugurated in London, was started to be realized in Augsburg with an enclosure. So like we remind ourselves to the telescopic hydraulic gas holders that was mantled with a shell. And so also this gas holder we can see on the right-hand side on the drawings, we see the real gas holder, we see the cylindrical shell, and also the piston that is lying on the bottom. And on the left-hand side we can see the picture of a ferroconcrete, early ferroconcrete structure that was erected around the gas holder. But we have also telescope-type gas holders, and as I mentioned before, I really love those drop-shaped water tanks, and we can still see there 2 of them with this drop-shaped tank, and also 3 lifts going up and down, one erected in 1911, and the second one shortly after in 1915. And there are 2 pictures of the erection phase. We can see the crown, the flat crown with this Spiedler type crossings in the middle of the fields, and also this drop-shaped tank. And you can see this crucial point is where the standard is going through the sheeting. This was the only crucial thing to realize, but for the rest it was a very convenient structure. This is an overview. So we can see the ensemble of today and also the vision. We've got reused buildings. So we've got the gas holder on the right, the tall one, which is a creative space for exhibitions. We've got the 2 telescope ones underneath, light blue. They will become office spaces, so they are not yet reused. And we've got the second line with the laboratory. It's reused for music and event spaces. And also the prototype gas holder is linked with an open space, and the real gas holder is not there anymore. So, and on the right-hand side, we can see the orange building. It's the furnace building. It's reused for a theater and a restaurant. In behind there's a new parking slot. The 4 green cubes will be office buildings as well. And so we have also the front line to the street, and they are occupied by offices. So the ex-director's villa and the ex-portal buildings, they're used for various offices, right? And in the core, we see a lila thing. It will be a restaurant. It was a garage, but will turn to a restaurant. And this again. So, and the guestworks right now are quietly reused in a huge, huge area, and it's open to the public, so one can come there to have a walk, to have a run, to let children play. This tower building represented once the first landmark for this guestwork site before the guest holders had been coming. And it's an industrial monument of European rank. And I mentioned the SWR, the Stadtwerke Augsburg, so the public works of Augsburg. And it will turn into a culture, in a center of culture, arts, and also for startups and creative industry. So it will be somehow a place for everyone. It's also a place for talent. So it's a huge area of 70,000 square meters. It's very close to the city of Augsburg. It's called Augsburg-Oberhausen, like the other Oberhausen in the Ruhr. And it's representing a very important part of Augsburg. So it's a place for, and I go through the single buildings. This is the very tall MAN-type guest hall, the last one. And the basement is reused for events. We can see here on the right. And in the upper space, the space is reused for installations. So there was a pendulum and a heart beating for a long time. So those are very simple reuses. And one can also walk on the top of the gas holder to have a guided tour, or even to climb down for the brave ones. For me, not. And in this prototype guest holder, the guest holder is not there anymore, unfortunately, because it was the very first one, and this one marked the story, but it is also reused, you can see it on the left, for art. There is a meeting point, there is an event point, but there is also only just an amount for 40 people possible, like you know in Finland. And on the right-hand side, we see a sleeping beauty somehow. It's one inside of the telescope-type gas holder, and we can see the upper crown and also the sheeting of the first lift. And this space will be occupied or developed for office spaces as well. But events are also kept in the other buildings. So we have the apparatus house on the right-hand side, and we still see a lot of apparatus and mechanical elements in this for regulation and so on, with a very, very thin roof. In case for explosions, it had to be very light for a structure. And on the left-hand side, we see the cooling house, and this is also a very loved and very adapted space for concerts. And there are the Gaswerksfreunde Augsburg, so the friends of the gasworks in Augsburg. I'm always part of them, and it's thanks to them everything started. It was not the city of Augsburg, it was this voluntary group to start to reuse the gasworks. So they started to reuse the electric station there, and they built up a little museum with the steam engine in behind, with gas ovens and so on, and they started only 4 years after the decommissioning of the gasworks. So it's a big thank to them to have realized this, or began this development or reuse of the gasworks. And the furnace building, it's very nice. I need to say I love it a lot. On the right-hand side, you can see the theater. On the left-hand side, in use directly from 2005. And in the front of the building, they inserted a very nice dining hall. It's not a restaurant, it's a very design chic integration. And there's also very easy rooms are integrated in the spaces for creative works and also for musicians to practice and also to give concerts. And at least the offices, very lovely offices, have been there. And the ex-villa of the director and the portal ones, they can be used by different co-working spaces. And this co-working is called Gaswork Co-working, so a very nice one. And in the end, like you know this, even from Athens, it's the Modular Festival, so all the space is reused for concerts, festivals, different exhibitions. Once I was there and there was a dinosaur park, and it was like, oh, a dinosaur meets a guest holder, how interesting. But it was quite funny to open the space for a lot of different uses. And so there are some last renderings to end up my talk, and this is the courtyard, how it looks like today. We can see the cathedral, so the electric museum of the Gaswerksfonde Augsburg. We can see the tower, so the tower with the building of the museum is quite the cathedral. We see the furnace building with the new building they added for the theater and the offices. And on the right-hand side, you can see the prototype, very little. And another one. This is the front of the water tower or the storage tower, and the social building in front of, and on the left the furnace. And the last is here the central gas holders with the park to be used further on. And so I say on behalf of Public Works Augsburg, so Anat Nihac and Yves Raschle, and part of mine, thank you for listening.
Last but not least, I would like to call Giuliana Carbone and Pietro Mencalli. Giuliana, she is head of real estate abroad and project development, and Pietro Mencalli, he is responsible for property management Italy. So.
Let's start. First of all, we are proud to represent E&I in these international conferences, and we are super happy to be here, and we are thankful for the great opportunity, the invitation, and thank you for all the people that put effort to realize this conference, international conference, especially because we are talking about industrial heritage. Okay, let's use the computer. So I'll give you some history background about our complex, while Giuliana, my colleague, will introduce you the bridge between the past and the future that we are reimagining at the gasometer in Rome. So let's start with some data. Is a huge area, about 130,000 square meter in the middle of Rome. Inside this area we have 4 gas holders. 3 of them are the historic one, while the biggest one it was realized in 1936. But for deeply understand where we are, we should think about the industrial heritage that at that time a major called Ernesto Nathan chose this area, Ostiense, to build the industrial neighborhood of Rome. Why he chose this place? 3 main reasons. First of all, as you can see at the picture on the top on the left, there was a brownfield, so countryside outside the center of Rome. And secondly, because there are 3 very important arteria, which is the river, the Tevere River, the railway, and the roots arteria called Ostiense. So perfect place for take raw materials in 3 different ways. And this place was very important because there were not only the gasometer, the gas holder and the complex, but also a lot of manufacturers, industries, heavy industries like glasses, like steel, and another power plant called Monte Martini. And so it took place. This became the real industrial place, site, neighborhood of Rome. Let's start with the story of our complex. It was born in 1909, and at first there were only 2 gas holders, the little one. And at the end of 1930, they had another gasometer, another gas holder. And at the end of 1940, all the complex was at full capacity. As Barbara and Maria said, the tissue, the buildings follow the industrial processes. So in this case, in our complex, all the buildings, the production buildings are built near the river through and follow the processor. So the raw material arrived by the river, the railway, through all the buildings till the big arteria called Ostiense, where offices and homes took place. So let's focus on the gas holder, the iconic one. We call it G4, and it was at that time in 1936 one of the largest in Europe. And you can imagine the capacity was 200,000 cubic meter. So it was super big, and we have also to thank the German that came in Rome, the firm Klonne Dartmund, and help us to build it. We also became, with time, became a really important landmark in Rome, and we choose to put this slide to let you understand how is important the gas holder in Rome, and how you can perceive, you can see the gasometer at the different points around the city. And so became, like the Colosseum, became a really important landmark in Rome. Arriving to nowadays, after the Second World War, the complex the plant was completely recovered, and in the 1990 started the transformation till to the methanization, and till now in 2017, E&I, our corporate oil and gas, bought this complex and to promote a completely energy renovation from the past, where the coal became gas, to the future that we have to face thanks to all accord that we have in Europe. And for this bridge, I will let the floor to Giuliana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pietro. Okay, if you look at these pictures, you can see how different is the place today. The gas holders are now an iconic monument for the entire city of Rome, and we think that they can identify a new industrial concept. If you look at the overall Ostiense neighborhood, is now involved in a cultural and commercial renaissance, and is one of the most interesting and attractive places in Rome. The place can be considered like a perfect intersection of past, present, and future because of richness in historical monuments and amenities. There are a lot of restaurants and places in which where are organized events like Talent Garden, that is very famous in Italy, but also abroad. There is a strong presence of universities, Roma 3 and NABA, and is characterized by an easily accessibility by public services, and also is characterized by a proximity to the Tevere River. For all these reasons, we can tailor a famous quote and say that all the roads lead to Rome, and especially lead to Ostiense in Rome. For all the reasons seen before, our strategy is to include the Ostiense gasometers, sorry Barbara, site into a site regeneration process, a process based on some principle of energy transition, circular economy and digitalization to provide sustainable solutions for the local community, and based on smart cities and smart mobility. Following our strategy, we want to create an innovation center, turning the gasometer site in something new. A center that will be characterized by some principles, and that will be an entrepreneurial ecosystem in which we can attract private and public actors. Also, a place in which we want to develop sustainable and advanced research. In fact, we have our first lab that is called Lab 50, in which we show all of our prototypes in decarbonization technologies. And then a breeding ground for talent. In fact, we have our JAUL, that is ENI's School for Entrepreneurial Training, that is based under the gasometers or gasholders shadow. In the end, we want to use the site for the organization of cultural and educational events, and we are doing that. So we want to live with the taste of what can be done when you start to look at things in a different way, and you can change the way in which you are working. I try to. Thank you very much.
Thank you all our speakers. We will have lunch now because we are hungry, I think. And then at about, let's say 2:25, we will be back for our panel discussion and the questions you may have. Thank you.
So, after all these extremely interesting presentations, but our guests and friends, there were some very critical issues that were set, starting with the history, the documentation of gasworks, their features, their architectural and technical features, and then their adaptive reuse, what we accept as a good adaptive reuse, and of course, issues of sustainability. I would suggest that the speakers, after all the presentations, to make comments if you want, and to start with your comments, to move on to questions or comments from people here. Do you agree with that? Absolutely. Okay. So, who would like to start? Shall we start with as you spoke? Same. Russell. Okay.
Hello. I suppose my overriding thoughts from the conference are very much how interdisciplinary the whole process is, how many different sectors it involves, but I suppose very importantly, as Évert said, you've got to have some plan for redevelopment. You've got to have a team on board that understands the project, and I guess with our experiences here, we could provide something for future people to use to understand these sites more effectively for future redevelopment. There's still a lot of gas sites across Europe that will require redevelopment, and maybe more thought can go into those projects now if they're able to see these presentations online. Okay.
Right, thank you very much. Barbara?
Yes, thank you. So for me it was very good to see all these presentations of the different gaswork sites, and I can feel all the issues from the very beginning that everyone has. I think this is the thing we have in common, to have this challenge how to reuse a derelict site and to do as well an urban regeneration somehow, and a fruitful regeneration with the right people to start the design. So I think it's a very important thing to start very broad, to include a lot of different disciplines, that one can get a good result and that everyone gets also content. And also, less is more. One need not to exaggerate with projects, and even to feel the history, understand the history, and then somehow one can develop something good as a compound.
Thank you, Barbara. Mr. Bitzanis, please.
So, I think it was a very fruitful meeting, this daily congress we organized. And what I would like to point out is, once again, the importance of the history, because even the most successful adaptive reuse has to know about the history of the place, to be able to respect the history of the place, and to be able to tell the history to the visitors. And this is something I would like to point out, because we don't meet it very often in the adaptive reuse of industrial spaces. I think we are obliged to find ways in a very understandable way to explain and to give information about the history of every industrial place and every monument in general, but in every industrial place to the audience. So from the one side, it's very important to understand once again that what it makes an industrial space really different is its history and the role it has played in the life of the city and of the country. And from the other side, history needs an adaptive reviews in order to remain and to be told to the young people and to the next generation. And in this point, I think that the possibilities are really a lot and very big. And a collaboration and a networking within all these places which face similar opportunities and similar problems will be very useful. And I think that leaving this Congress, we have to be able to meet again and to establish a networking which is going to give us opportunities of changing ideas in the future.
Gas working together, networking together.
Exactly.
So, thank you, Mr. Britannic, very much. Kai and Uni?
Well, I think for me there are two things. First of all, it's what has been very important, and I think evident from the presentations that we've heard today, is first of all to recognize the importance of this industrial cultural heritage that we have. I can't recall with whom I was talking, but when you have Acropolis there, it's not obvious that you will cherish then something much more recent, much more industrial as important. But I think that's the first thing, and when we understand that how essential energy is for our everyday living, and how it has sort of has its inroads in the way that we live and how we plan our cities, it's really important to understand all of these as Barbara said, that you need to understand the process. So that's the first thing. Then the second thing is about this reuse, and I think there is sort of this beautiful idea that these gas holders have been the energy of the city, and at least in Suvilahti, and I think it's the same thing here in Tecnopolis and also in Augsburg or Warsaw or in multiple places, of course Amsterdam. It's sort of urban energy, but in a different sort of way energy. It's energy coming from the people and the activities that we generate, but it's also as essential as this sort of power in the purest sense of the word. Those are the two things that have sort of come up to me.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm pretty much following the same thought patterns that you are. In my personal work, we've been focusing a lot in the reuse and the conversion of an old industrial site into a new cultural site. And just within these 2 days that I've been here, I've realized and learned that the story behind the industrial site is also very important, and that we have to find the links from that to the reuse, so that the story behind the gas working plant becomes more clear, more obvious, and the users understand that as well.
It's true. Thank you very much. Έβερτ?
Yeah, it's very nice, such a discussion, because it makes me think of something that always struck me. And that is that's the word light. Gas factories were bringing light to the city. And before that, the city was a dark place, a dangerous place, and the gas and the light made the city safe and made it possible for the city to grow. So it has been of an enormous significance, this whole gas factory story. And what we are seeing now is that this relatively short period of time, let's say at its max, maybe 80 or years or a century of gas production from coal already has come to an end, let's say 20, 40 years ago in the Netherlands in 1960 and many other countries later. And that until now, we are thinking about transformation of that part of our industrial heritage. But in front of us is a much larger transformation. We still have to invent the gas holders of the future, which are the batteries for the solar and the wind energy. We don't have that, and as long as we don't have that, the transformation to green energy is very difficult. We will go back to oil and gas, and because we are used to it, and we still are in the inventing phase of this new world. But then, when that is finished, there is such an enormous amount of industrial heritage becoming available for reuse that we will, this room will be too small to have all those people in it. So to make my point, I cannot stress enough how super important it is to bring all these ideas and these experiences together, and also to make aware to people that they can bring new light. Because these places are deteriorating, they are waiting for destruction, and by transforming them, we have seen the pictures of the festivals in Helsinki, you've seen my pictures, you've seen all these pictures. There was this light bulb in these glass holders. I think that is and light is life and future.
Thank you very much. Piotr?
Yeah, I may put dots on that comment, so nothing new. I'm just saying we're sitting in Athens in the beginning of the civilization of Greek. So for you and for me, the history is normal, yeah? So the same in gas industry. We must remember about history, but also reuse, and look forward to education, to new technologies. I have this very good sitting because I'm now working for a multi-energetical big company like Orlen, so we've got 70,000 people. So it's the sixth of the Europe company, and our president know that the history is very important for us. So, like I said, history, reuse, education, and go to innovations. This is the most important things for us.
Perhaps we could say then that you can't have reuse without history.
Yeah.
Okay. Giuliana and Pietro, please.
Yeah, we enjoyed a lot to this kind of meeting and conferences, international conferences, because you don't feel anymore alone, first of all. And secondly, super nice presentation, and what I bring at home, for sure, we have been studying, as Barbara, as you, Maria, told us, the story of the gas plant, the complex and the factory. We have been studying. I use the present perfect because we are all studying right now. But on the other hand, we should focus also on what we have to do. And as you said, starting to collect information, how to regenerate, how to refurbish, how to redesign that places that sometimes are very huge, are cities, and collecting information and the best practice in order to help in the future who is coming to approach this kind of architecture, this kind of processes, and so it is marvelous to stay here with you, absolutely.
While all of us were speaking about your impression, I was thinking that we are making energy now, at this moment, all together, because in the same moment we share our experience, and we share our solution, the solution on which we are working. We create a world, a new world that enable us to build a new future, enlightened future. So this is my thought.
A brave new world. So I think that we can go on with questions or comments from you all, from what you heard. There is a microphone, 1 or 2 microphones going around, so you can address your questions to the speakers or make your comments.
I'd like to ask Barbara a question. Barbara, Germany is supposed to be, or has been until the unification, a highly effective and excellently organized country, right? Now, what were your impressions for the renovation of the gasworks from the city of Augsburg? I mean, the administration of the city of Augsburg. Did they help you? Did they get in your way? Did they impose any practical problems? To cut the long short, did you have any problems with them?
That's a good question, and now I wish to have Anna Schniehakt with me because he is the captain of this boat, I'd rather say. So I think the most important thing was first the voluntary association, to start the idea and to do a lot of work and to do a lot of guided tours. This was the very first and important step. So they had guided tours for 10 years, and then the machinery started to think about an holistic project. And then, yes, there are the public works working as a head for this project. And yes, they need to fight for the money, as it is usually always like this. And with the energy crisis, it's even harder right now, because right now one thought, yes, we want to develop the gas holders, the telescopic ones, but with the energy crisis, no, we need to wait and to be calm. But the city is very supportive. Generally, they are working very good together. I can say it like this. I hope I'm right in this way. But generally, they work very good together, and the public works are doing a lot, and they even have their offices at the gasworks site. So this is very identifying as well. And I think, yes, it's hard because of the crisis, but they do very well. But I can't say more. I'm sorry for that. But if you want to, I can also make the connection to the head of the project if you want to.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for this very interesting conference. I was just wondering, I would have liked some presentations of bad examples of retrofitting and renovation of gasworks. You know, to have some sort of discussion where they do too much intervention.
Well,
can I start?
Yeah, yes, of course.
Having the mic.
Yes, of course.
No, I think there is a very early reuse project we know all in Vienna. And I don't say a critic, but I just observe from the outside there are 4 gas holders. There had been 4 gas holders, and the project was done almost 20 years ago. And there had been a lot of very well-known architects, but I think, or I have the feeling, that they didn't work at the history at the very beginning very well, because the real gas holders, the lifts, are not visible anymore. So you can't feel and understand the history anymore. They turned into, I keep saying, time ago it was a gas holder, now it's a human holder, because there are a lot of apartments in there, there's the shopping wall on the ground, and I keep to stay very neutral for this example. And then another one, so a very recent one, I think everyone knows as well, King's Cross, gas holder triplet, and it's a very high-end reuse project. And this high-end reuse one can see also in the concept, in the facades, and the use or the residence changed completely in this area. So I'm very happy that the guide frame is still existing. And of those of you who are very interested in the story, watch the film The Lady Killers. So you can see the gas holders still working as they are, but their identity changed a lot. But I'm glad they're here, and next to this triplet there's this gas holder park. Very simple project, and so you can visit the park and see the guide frame, and you have also the goosenecks and everything, and you have also in Rome. And this I appreciate a lot, because usually a lot of reuses, they turn off their lifts and all the equipment of the lifts, the rollers, everything, but those goosenecks are quite tall. You can see in Rome, there are things like this. They're not so tiny like in my drawings. And so, yes, I think this gas holder park in London is well done. Sorry.
I am a very proud inhabitant of my city, Amsterdam. And as I said, there were 4 gas factories, north, south, east, west. Come to Amsterdam and look at the other 3 and tell me what you think. We gave the example, but there is nothing left of these 3 gas factories. One, they made the cleaning hall into a swimming pool. The other one is only the water tower. So yeah, they have been thinking, okay, we have one successful gas factory, that is enough. Berlin, I think, is also an interesting example. I visited the one of the last working gas factories built by Imperial Gas Association in the outskirts of Berlin. And beautiful gas holder constructions still there. But the cleaning hall is now sold to a beer brewery. But beer brewery is from California. They thought that it was high time in Germany to make American beer, because there's not beer enough in Germany, so they need IPA American beer as well. And I thought it was quite unbelievable. And if you let me think for another 5 minutes, I will give you 20 other examples, but maybe later.
Is there another question? Thank you. I would like to ask you, we heard about a very nice example of reuse, but I was wondering, you have many, we talk about the history of the places, so there are any historical evidences or oral testimonies to present to the visitor, apart from the reuse of the places. Apart from Poland, where there is a museum in situ, what about the other examples, the other places that we have heard? What do you intend to do in order the visitor to be able to understand the history of the place? Is what Mr. Bejani said.
That is the biggest problem. You've seen my presentation, and we actually, although we kept the buildings, and although we made a rule that the buildings have to be kept as they are, so it's absolutely not allowed to make constructions with one screw in the wall of any building. Everything that is inside has to be treated as a machine that can be taken out again, and then the building has to be as it was. The past is covered by a layer of concrete and forgotten. And all my energy that I used to make at least one space to honor the people that worked there, to honor the people that died there, to honor the people that kept it working during the war or whatever, it's not there. It is more interesting to have a square meter for a restaurant or a bar than to remember what there was. So yes, you can be quite successful, but then it's still a big problem that this history of the industrial period that in many people's idea destroyed our planet should be forgotten as soon as possible and covered with a nice, beautiful park, and we can go on happy and peppy.
Nice question. I'm speaking as an architect. In Rome, we have, let's say, an opportunity, but also a really huge problem. We have a government department responsible of monuments and industrial archaeology. So each step we take with them, because we are not allowed to demolish, we are not allowed to change the function, we are not allowed even to sometimes change the window. We have to replace in the same way that we found it 100 years ago. But the world is going in another way. I mean, the world is changing. It is already changing. And so energy is complicated to change a window without new technology. So it's really controversial. But at the moment we are revamping and maintenance everything as it was, and plus we are all over around the area. You can find machines of that era. We are bringing all the street that was tracked that era. We are talking about 100 years ago, 120 years ago. So it's not easy. And as Maria was saying, sustainability. The sustainability is for sure architectural, environmental, but also economically speaking, is really important to have a circular economy, to have the opportunity to invest and give, have something back of that investment. Not only for the city, also for the corporate, also for the people, and that's it.
If I may, sorry, yes, Uni.
Yeah, just a few words about Suvilahti. How do we preserve the history? Well, I would say that it's preserved in kind of layers. The buildings themselves are protected. They're actually protected by the Finnish constitution. So exactly like Έβερτ said, nobody can come and change we can't sell them to an investment company who just demolishes them or turns them into something else. But the layers also involve the names of the building. They still have the name that they were used for. A distillery, a cleanery, a gas holder. So the story is there behind. And also the city has named the streets surrounding the area with the names connected to the history of Suvilahti. There's a coke street, a gas factory street. So there's not really a person who is telling the story to another person, but the history is conserved in these layers. What we can in the future focus on is coming up with this person who is giving these tours or writing articles to the net or to the social media and just sharing the story.
This is also a point of mine, so I share the things of you for Rome and Helsinki, that things can't be changed so fast because they are listed, and so you can keep the story. And a very important factor is also the oral history. So this was this voluntary association, and the tour is still be done there, and all buildings have their names. There is a plaque, and there is that's the building number X, not number. That's the gas holder built in, worked till from engineer X, and so even if you go there for a walk, the story itself can be read very, very, very lightly. And yes, and so also this association, they still help to keep the story alive, because Oliver Frühschütz, he was working when the works closed. So he was one from the last minute in 2001, and he has also the younger generation. So I think it's also a thing of education and to keep things fresh. So they're very old, but keep the storytelling on. And so they're also young men and girl in the group, and they keep telling the story forward. So I think this is a very important part to include the next generation.
I'd like to make a comment too. Sorry. Oh, Russell. Yes.
Sorry. I would just say I've sort of worked on the histories at a national level. So with Historic England, we provided a description of the history, how it evolved, and also the technology. So that's documented for people to access and freely available online. We also went and investigated all the sites we could and provided a basic history. We've provided references to other material. And we've done a similar thing in Wales, where we've put the information available online with GIS data, so people can find those histories and they have some level of protection. But in Great Britain, most of our sites were demolished a long time ago, so there is relatively little left compared to the original amount. With the sites where the gas holders have remained and they've been demolished, I've worked with clients to provide a history that's available online and deposited in local libraries, with other information sources that can be sought out, where the sites have been demolished or gifted, and also information boards within the towns. So it can be done in a number of different ways.
I'd like to make a comment too. Would you like to comment on?
Well, just to assure you that at Suvilahti what we have done and what we started with was an architectural sort of investigation into the past, and documented everything that we could from the buildings. Then these oral narratives, that's something that we should probably do more with, and I think that's something that we will. We have learned today that we can do more.
Thank you. I would like to make a more general comment on this question, which is very interesting. We have to see that what you described and asked about is actually a pathology, the pathology of industrial heritage in reuse. Not only in Greece, but on an international level. In recent years, industrial archaeology has made a great shift from buildings and structures to a more holistic approach of the history, the people, as we say, all the tangible and intangible aspects of it. That's why we said, as I said to Piotr a little shortly beforehand, was that we can't actually have a successful reuse if we stripe a site of its history and its people, because it's a human structure, and we have to bear it in mind. Plus the fact that I think Tecnopolis and the Athens Gas Museum has great experience on this and has had to deal with it successfully, I dare say, to a great extent, as it's not just the area of the gasworks, but the whole wider area, the Gazo-Hori, the village of the gasworks, which nowadays has been completely changed. The use and the life around Technopolis has been totally different. So, this has to do with the question if we keep the identity not only of the specific site, but of the neighborhood and eventually of the city. I think this is a bet. This is a fight we have to give, especially in the occasion of huge redevelopment plans. Look at Piraeus, the center of Piraeus. Look at the rest of Athens, not to mention other areas. I think this is a similar case to what happens in your countries and your cities. And of course, gasworks, we have to, after everything we saw today, has perhaps more difficulty because of the nature of the structures to keep and safeguard this legacy in terms of humans as well as structures.
The same as churches.
Churches?
I've very often been thinking that you can have too much history. You know, when in cities like Amsterdam and Rome, there is so much you have to keep and to be busy with, and history to tell, and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And then we come with our gas factories and they say, yeah, we have enough. It's not really said like this, but it's a mental thing. In Germany, in Emscher Park, in the area, in the Ruhr area, there was nothing. It was completely empty before industry came. And when they decided on monuments, they kept coke factories, huge coke factories with chimneys and everything that are not, they have not any possibility to reuse them. The gasometer in Oberhausen, 100 meters high, you can make an exposition in it, but then it's you can go on the roof, but it's totally useless. They put it on the monument list because they want to keep their history there. So if you don't have a history, these opportunities are very important and are taken as our history. But if there is a lot of history, you have to really fight to keep it. In my case, they even discussed the name. You know, when we started, the newspapers, columnists wrote, we don't like to go to a gas factory because we have bad experiences with it. Think about it. Yeah? And then everybody comes to me, yeah, we have to change the name. We should get rid of this gas factory because it makes it difficult for people to go there. Then we have people who want to organize an event there, and they make their posters, and on the posters is not written the word gas factory because they're afraid of it. Yeah? So you have to fight to keep the name. Can you imagine?
Yeah, I would like also to add something to this discussion. It's a pity that we discussed this issue before you have get a guided tour through Technopolis and see what we mean by preserving the history of the place and telling the history to every visitor. So I hope that after this tour, which I suggest to everybody to do, we will have on the evening the opportunity to discuss concretely what possibilities we have to make the audience, to tell the narrative of the place and to make her visit here an experience. So, in my opinion, I follow this discussion, I'm very interested. In my opinion, this is a huge competitive advantage to run a place with such a history. Because everybody owns a space. Everybody can organize a concert in an open space. But our concerts are the most desired concerts in Greece, maybe in Europe, I would like to say. Because it's an experience to hear, an experience to participate in a concert under the chimneys, under the space, how we have organized it and how we have lightened it. So I would like to share with you my opinion, which is completely the opposite. This is not a disadvantage to run a historical place and to tell her history. It is a competitive advantage which nobody else can have. So this is the reason why the adaptive reviews of industrial plays has such a potential. Otherwise, it will be a space like every other else.
I can perhaps add a little thing. Thank you for a nice words, Konstantin. I also think, regarding your question, it's kind of also thinking in networks. So we are networking, but also thinking those structures in networks. It's not only one guest hall, it's not only one guest works, it are also the gas lamps and the other new energy buildings. It's not a closed story, it's an open story, and the story always goes on. And so for me, it's always like, or looking on trains, there are the rails, the buildings, the supply for water and so on. For gas, we have the coal, we have the gasworks, we have the lamps, we have all the tubes under earth. So I think one should also think very, very holistic to get this idea. And so it's not only this area, but the surroundings, the people who work there, and also how the city and how the first lit parts of the city came up, or which places have been lit. So I think this is also very important to look at.
True, that's true. So, is there another question or comment?
First of all, I would like to thank you so much for this beautiful presentation, all of you. I found very interesting to see all the different ways that different countries have treated their gas factories. A question that arises for me every time, and taking advantage of a couple of your paradigms, when we saw buildings renovated with no use, I would like to ask, as an architect, we usually have a plan for a use and then come to build a building. In monuments, the things go the other way around. We have a building and we have to put a new use inside it. Could you please tell us a couple of words in each of your paradigms on the way that the use came into the building? If it was, if it came together with design, with the planning, or if it was in direction of the owner of the land, the ministry, or whatever. Is it clear?
I couldn't agree more that it would be much better to have, the plan and then to do the refurbishment. In Suvilahti, we have done both. So as Joni told in his presentation, that we have, for example, circus companies, and some of the spaces in the gasworks were refurbished for new circus use. And that was well planned and ahead of time, and I think that was very successful. However, when it came to the gas holders, they were so contaminated that it was impossible to know whether the city or us or anyone could place any activity in the gas holders before they were then actually the contaminated material was taken away. So that was sort of tragic because it just cost so much, and now it has been taken away, and we still don't know what to do with it. Maybe it's a good thing because now it has been done, and it's a beautiful space as it is. And maybe it can stay that way as an installation space, as an event space, and then we can make it, maybe do something more with the steel gas holder instead, and having it planned, because it'll be easier from the contamination point of view. But I think this is the difficulty that we have faced, at least in Suvilahti. So yes, definitely. We first want to find the activity, the tenant, and then we do the refurbishment. But it's not always possible.
With the brick Casimir, I just want to add this detail that actually, well, if you don't know, Finland is quite a bureaucratic country, and there's a state museum. It's an organization, and they had this kind of like a penalty pointed out to the city of Helsinki, so that they have to conserve the brick Casimir. And they had exceeded the time limit, so the city of Helsinki had to start pay up the penalty to the state. A fine or penalty, yeah. Large amounts of money. So that was one like a push for them to start renovating it as fast as they could. But still, it took 12 years to complete. But they had to do it, basically.
Whenever I give lecture, I try to, especially to architects, I try to make some points that they should remember, because when you talk too much, they forget everything. And here are my 2 points that I always make. The first one is experiment. You can only find out how to reuse it by experiment. Allow yourself to do experiments. This is also in your life. You don't marry the first man you see, you experiment. Yeah, it's logical. And because if you do, a lot of things can go wrong. So it's understandable that you have to experiment. Only through the experimentation with the use of the buildings in Amsterdam, we could come to the right solution for the renovation. The second thing is keep the spaces as large as possible. We had so many people coming to us. Let me give an example. MTV. They made these clips. They have a network of video clips. They were at a certain moment, it's over already, but 20 years ago, that was what you should have. MTV. I want my MTV. MTV Europe wanted their headquarters in Amsterdam. They came to me. They said, we want your cleaning hall, and we are going to make the most amazing MTV studios there, and we are going to put boxes in it. Small boxes. And on the ground floor, we are going to make a nice parking garage. I said, maybe you should go somewhere else, because I would like to keep this space empty as possible. Because when it's empty and a creative guy comes inside, he or she, very often she, starts to think about possibilities, about this could be done, that could be done, blah, 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 blah. And so in the end, we made a contract that all these buildings should stay empty and that everything that is inside it should be temporary. Architects like to make things too often. And so I was not very often happy, even with the best Dutch architects, the Koolhaases, the Francine Rubens, who came to me and came up with the ideas for boxes and taking things away and putting things. No, we tried to make it stay as much as possible empty to the original. And I think for you with this gas holder, my advice should be super happy with it, because 12 years in the period of the existence of that gas holder is a short time, and soon enough people will start to see how fantastic it is that there is this beautiful empty space in Helsinki where you can just put a candle or a piece of art or something, and you can only look at it with 50 people together or do some crazy things that you can do nowhere else.
I would say, coming from a slightly different perspective, my background is dealing with the environmental legacy, and quite often the environmental legacy is used as an excuse to remove some of the potential heritage structures on the site which don't have any protection. So it's often the case you need to get a team in with a bit more foresight at the start of the project that might realise value in those underground structures or those old buildings that aren't protected, to try and make some future use and not use the contamination as an excuse. You have to dig the site up and remove everything.
Yeah, one of the most fantastic examples when you say a thing like that is the Tate Gallery in London. In this industrial building, that inspired me so much to see that you were, in England, you were reusing this enormous building with this super huge empty space. That's amazing. And today you can see that that empty space makes artists and do the most crazy things there that everybody in the world wants to see. So to have an empty space with a history like that is super amazing. Embrace your difficulties.
Francesco, of course.
Thank you. I move maybe from a different point of view. For me, you know, I work with document, with data, with information. So the question that I think is useful to do with you is this: what is the point of arrive? You think about the creation of common background about industrial heritage of gas holders, Barbara, thank you, and a common vocabulary, a common sense, a common interpretation about your sites, about your tradition, about your different heritage. Because, for example, in the Tiki, now we are working for the creation of permanent working group about this kind of sectorial industrial heritage, to try to create a permanent work group about this kind of tradition, this kind of heritage. Now with friends of Greece, we are starting to work about archives, industrial archives. As you know, in Tiki, they have a permanent group about textile industries. So I think I'm a little bit tired, but I think there isn't one about gas holder industries. So the suggestion is to start to move from today to create a new group with all of you, from starting to sharing with all you, but with all the audience, to create also a new way to communicate our heritage, our industry. Because I think, I talked with Iraklis before, one of the most problems now is to find a new way to communicate this kind of heritage. So what about for you, the point now, the present of this kind of question about the communication, about the real deep communication or disseminate communication for the public, for the normal audience, not also for our expert, not me, but you, expert.
Well, let me say that we are short on time. We must have finished by 3:30 due to the theatrical tour, which we don't want to miss. So that's a strict limit. So this means that we have 5 minutes. Am I right, Nyovi? 5 more minutes. Sorry for that, but we'll have plenty of time for networking afterwards.
I would say that the most prominent way to communicate the existence of these gasworks is public events. They're already taking place. It's not a new invention, but bringing tens of thousands of people to a venue which has a history. You illuminate it with beautiful lights. You bring world-class artists to perform there. You get the people inside that space, and they get to experience that place. I mean, if you want to reach masses, that's the way to do it, if you ask me.
And also, I think the teammates. When you create a team, the people which you're working for, they must feel this space, like in kind of our museum. Our vice president don't feel the history of that place, but the people who work there, they are, you know, like from the gas factory. Yeah? So the people and also social media, internet give you a lot of space for promotion.
Yes, and I think so. We met here, and I think we created a very nice and interesting group, and we all can see that it's very fruitful. And so we can also meet in future, I hope so, or to meet regularly also via Teams or Zoom. So thanks COVID somehow, we learned also to meet in another way. And I think it's very important to keep this connection and to have a good exchange and to bring good examples of reused gas holder sites and gaswork sites forward.
Thank you.
So gas working together, this was the goal, the initial goal. I think we reached it, and we'll continue following it.
Can't go back now.
I would just say it probably has to be multi-channel, so things in books, hard books, copy there, things online, available, PDFs, possibly even gaming ideas, like online gaming, virtual reality, and even sort of experiences within the museum itself, whether it's sort of remote online or virtual reality in the museum. I think all these things can add a different dimension, make it an interesting and friendly space for people to visit, whether it be in person or online.
Yeah. On this point, I'm a bit frustrated. Because for the last 20 years, I've tried to convince universities and organizations to take this whole thing serious and to work on a book or on podcast or whatever you can think of to discuss these issues of transformation. Because it's, I don't have to explain again that it's a huge thing. And as far as I know, the university, not in Amsterdam, not in Delft, not, Harvard maybe, but that's a bit far away, ETH, not many academics are interested, and that is, I think that is not so good, because we can do it ourselves, but these universities are organized to do these things. They have money for it, they have time for it, they have students for it, and they should take their responsibility. And yeah, the worst thing is that, for me, is that the only university that actually did it was in Moscow. And that stopped 2 years ago. But the problem in Russia was so immense in reuse and what to do with all these old buildings and how to keep people in those tiny cities that were industrialized and now have no sense of future anymore, that they hired me to give lectures to those people to think about ideas how to keep their communities intact. So yeah, that's the situation.
It's 3:30. Yes, of course.
No, it's okay.
Maria, of course.
Oh, it's okay.
1 minute. Yeah? No, go ahead. Okay. I just want to close the conference.
Sorry?
I just want to close the conference. Okay. Thank you all for being here today. Special thanks to our guests and speakers. Many thanks to the members of VIDA and Tiki. And I really have to thank my team for all these months, and Niovi Andriotti especially. I think it was a big bet that we win, and we are here all today, so thank you again.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much.